635-7467. That's Simpio.com or 205-635-7467.
A couple of things I have on my sheet that we didn't get to. Paralympics underway in Tokyo today. That's a lot of athletes who train at Lakeshore here in Birmingham, Alabama. Good luck to all the athletes from around the world there. Herschel Walker has officially registered to vote in the state of Georgia, which many people believe is a prelude to him running for the U.S. Senate in Georgia in 2022. So at one point, 100 seats in the U.S. Senate, 100 voting seats in the U.S. Senate. And Tommy Tuberville, former coach of Auburn, the possibility of Herschel Walker and Tim Tebow someday being senators there as well. The SEC influence. The Northern Senators may need to form an alliance.
That's right. Well, that happened one time.
Yeah. Boy, what a fun time to get into politics, right?
Yeah, boy. I don't know why you would want to do that.
And one day earlier than last year, today's the day Starbucks flipped their menu and the pumpkin spice latte returned, much to the joy of my daughter.
A little hot out there for the old pumpkin.
It is. I mean, why are we Christmas decorations will be up before we kick off football one day.
There are certain things that are just so seasonal, but for whatever reason this past weekend I got a bowl of tomato bisque. I don't know if you guys like that.
Maggie had one at lunch yesterday.
It was so good, but it's not tomato bisque season, but for whatever reason I was craving it.
That sounds good.
I had a sushi roll yesterday at lunch.
Steve sushi roll?
From Atix. It had roasted coconut on the top of it. It was a sweet and spicy.
Yeah.
You don't like roasted coconut?
Well, not on my sushi.
Oh, it was delicious.
It was delicious. I mean,
uppity mud puddle
I wanted to ask Rockstar. Charlie Watts has passed away today.
Yeah.
And your
80
thoughts?
years old.
Wow.
Yeah, 80 years old. Your thoughts on the Rolling Stones drummer?
Fantastic drummer. Been with the band since 1963. Is that a long run?
Almost the original drummer then.
It is the original drummer.
Boy, I bet he's seen
or
some
the
sights.
original drummer. You made it sound like he's been with the band since 1963, like there was a drummer before
to
him.
Dunaway's defense.
So I got reeled in saying, wow, 63, that's almost the original drummer. He is the original
to Dunaway's defense, I thought he was the original drummer. Yeah. So he is, okay.
And then he has been, him and Mick and Keith Richards are the only three that have been on every single album.
So he was drumming when JFK got shot.
Yep.
Wow.
That is pretty incredible. What a heck of a run there.
Wow. We're losing music legends left and right.
To be 80 years old and a drummer for a rock band, he didn't do this tour. He pulled out this past summer for an operation he had, which probably led to this. But still, to be 80 years old and still drumming, that's insane.
It is. The arm strength it takes to do a whole concert.
Yeah. He didn't look like, if you look at a picture, you'd be like, that guy's a drummer.
No, he looks like a banker.
Yeah.
Favorite Rolling Stone song?
I like the song Sway. There's too many to name. There's two, like a great song from Sticky Fingers, Sway.
Yeah, a lot of people say Gimme Shelter. I like Paint It Black.
Paint It Black's a fantastic song.
Never have been a big Rolling Stones guy. I do like Gimme Shelter.
You know, I am not a big Rolling Stones fan until I start to listen to them or see them in concert. And I'm like, I like this more than I pretend I don't like them. I don't know why.
I don't pretend that I don't like it. I will say there is a version of Gimme Shelter. I've said this before. It was from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductions. And
I know what you're talking about.
Bono and Mick Jagger sing it. And then Fergie comes out and sings that female part.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. She slays it.
Great lyrics for that part.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
100%.
Well, she slays it.
The show today brought to you in part as well by our friends at Nut Dust. And it was part of our caption with Nick Saban earlier. From practice last night. Nut Dust, official sponsor of the Round Table.
You see the old deer right there. I guess it's
do.
a deer. Could it be an elk?
Yeah, it could be.
I was wearing the Nut Dust T-shirt unpacking yesterday, and somebody asked me about it.
Hey, there's body powder. Then there is Nut Dust Clean, all natural, 100% talc-free body powder for men and women, born by necessity by two kilt-wearing Scots who knows what's what when it comes to keeping their essentials clean and dry. Nut Dust offers a powder that will make sure that you never need to use a clumpy and chalky body powder again. Go to officialnutdust.com to order. Again, available in two sizes, big size here. For great scents, if you put in the promo code NR20 for next round, NR20, you're going to get 20% off your entire purchase, officialnutdust.com.
Vince McMahon, 75 today. Reggie Miller, 55 today. Nobody could hold their shot. Nobody could hold it up in the air like Reggie Miller. Fun to cheer against if you're not a fan of Reggie Miller's teams. Fun show. Don't forget, the replay starts immediately on the app after this quick commercial break, and you can always watch us on YouTube. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1, and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service. Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-On's. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-On's is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-On's mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-On's.
My wife and I are getting the best sleep we've ever had, and it is all thanks to Sleep Outfitters. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It is so easy when you go to Sleep Outfitters and get that sleep outfitting done for you. We went to the 280 location, answered a few simple questions with their friendly staff, and in mere moments, they had us actually laying on beds to find the one we liked the best. That Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress that we have is absolutely wonderful, and it's all thanks to the sleep outfitting at Sleep Outfitters. And now during Sleep Outfitters Labor Day Super Sale, save up to $800 on adjustable mattress sets from Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster. This week only, get a TV valued up to $300, yours free with qualifying purchases. Plus, get any size mattress for the everyday twin size price. Choose from all Sealy Outfitters and Sealy Posturepedic models and get fulls, queens, and even kings as low as $349. You save up to $500. You can also get interest-free financing for up to 6 years on approved credit and free premier delivery with any purchase $5.99 and up. So don't miss the Labor Day Super Sale now at Sleep Outfitters, 6 stores from Gadsden to the Galleria.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-On's off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the next round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The next round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-On's and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The next round kickoff at Walk-On's.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, here we go. Wednesday morning now, day 3 of our second week of the show. The next round is off and rolling. We got developing news this morning already. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Sean Henniger, and Scott Forrest are rolling the videos for us today and keeping everything rolling as you watch us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitch, on Periscope, and we'll keep you updated on the app as well from our friends, The Next Round and Double Down Media.
I am friends with them, yes.
Yeah.
So I like those people.
Close friends.
Yes.
There's a lot of old sayings I used to say a lot, Brad, that it's hard to get out of my sayings. So we'll roll on, but let's start developing news. We'll go first in the SEC. We got another quarterback job settled in LT. Please, you don't have to pay for this content. This is all free.
You just reminded me of something. I had to pull something out before I forget it. I don't know if you guys ever do that.
Well, what you pulled out is a credit card, it appears.
I know.
What did
Well,
we
a credit card I've been waiting on quite a while.
It's got a
I got
sticker
you.
on the front. Looks like you have to activate that credit card.
Well, there was a reason you guys brought up a
got you now.
partnering company.
Completely understand,
Okay.
yes.
All right, so we got to activate the card there at some point during the next 4 hours, and they've activated the quarterback at Texas A&M. The decision has been made by Jimbo Fisher, and they're going with redshirt freshman Haynes King over Calzada. That's the quarterback, and you've been saying all off season, if they get quarterback right at Texas A&M, that is a team that can contend to make it to Atlanta, could upset possibly Alabama, and could make it to the college football playoffs.
Well, they do one thing extremely well, and that's run the football. I mean, it was one of the best rushing offenses in all of college football last year, and you've got Isaiah Spiller coming back, Aeneas Williams. You've got weapons. Weidermeyer, one of the best tight ends, if not the best tight end in football. Got to get quarterback right. Now, the offensive line, I still think is a question because they finally got that right for Kellen Mond last year. And I don't know about you guys, in Kellen Mond's 4 years, I thought he was a C+ or a B-. He was okay.
I think he got up to a B- for me last year.
It wasn't a guy that was going to lose you a game, but he wasn't a guy that was going to take over a game and win you a championship. Had a nice game against Florida. I'll give him that.
His historic spot in SEC statistics, at least, is going to be very, very high. I know you just gave the guy a B, but when the SEC history book is written, Kellen Mond's numbers are very, very high historically. You don't have a whole lot to show for it.
But I think what will happen is those numbers will continue to drop as we get maybe more quarterbacks. And another thing is, I mean, how many quality quarterbacks play 4 years? You don't see that a lot.
No, that's what I was about to say. Is he gave you a full, well, not a full 4, but he gave you a long run.
Usually you get 3 years if you're quality and you move on to the NFL.
But if Haynes King is legitimate, let's say that he's in between Kellen Mond and Johnny Manziel, watch out. I mean, this Texas A&M team, they're already a top 5-6 team.
Did you go between Kellen Mond and Johnny Manziel?
Yeah.
Well, that's a nice place to land.
Well,
that's an A.
Yeah, if you catch that, you're in great shape.
He's got a lot of experience, Brown. Here's his stat line last year from his only year in Texas A&M. He completed 2 passes. He threw 4 of them for 59 yards.
Well, that's 50%.
And he ran the ball 6 times for a certain amount of yardage. So 2 of 4 and 6 rushes. That's his stat line in college. And listen, I know Bryce Young doesn't have a much bigger stat line, but the quarterbacks for 2 of the best teams in the West, they don't have a lot of experience.
No, but if you look at Haynes King, it's funny when you break down his 2 games that he played in last year, one against a really bad South Carolina team, 1 of 1 for a 42-yard touchdown. The other one against Alabama threw a pick.
Yeah. But didn't he lead them down into the red zone against Alabama? If I remember that game right, he got them down and threw the pick in the end zone.
I think you're right. I think that's great. I don't want to I'm going to go back to Kellen Mond for 1 second, and I'm not trying to belabor this point here, but I mentioned to Lance that when the history book is written, Kellen Mond is going to be fairly high. 11th all-time passing, and I'm getting to something here. 11th all-time passing in Southeastern Conference history.
Is Stan White still in the top 20?
He is not.
Well, the reason I bring
Stan's 27th.
Okay, because he's still Auburn's all-time leading quarterback.
That is correct.
Or
yes.
leading passer.
Yes, he is Auburn's all-time leading passer.
Listen, I didn't mean for us to get your Billy Lucci up today. I mean, you're defending.
I'm not defending
Kellen Mond like you're Billy Lucci.
I am not defending Kellen Mond. I'm getting to a point here.
What if he would have come in with half a goatee? What is it called just with the hair on the chin?
That's it's a form of a goatee. I can't remember because the goatee is supposed to be the mustache and the chin. That's a goatee.
My grandfather used to call it the beatnik. He was not a fan of it.
The beatnik?
Yeah, that's an old reference.
But if
when
you
my
just
grandfather was old.
If you just go the mustache part of the goatee, that's the Fu Manchu. But if you just go,
that's what.
If you just go the chin part of the
former
goatee,
Tigers closer Todd Jones used to have.
He did. I think he still does.
Complete circle with everybody in our studio today.
Jonesy had the Fu Manchu. I don't know what you call it, though. Rockstar is pulling it up for us.
Is it called a chin strap?
Okay, after you
No,
pull
the
this,
chin strap's when you go from ear all the way down around. That's chin strap.
All right.
I don't see Rockstar showing us some. Oh, there you go.
I think Billy Lucci is closer to middle right.
It's in between top left and middle right.
Yeah, he's that without the soul patch. Oh, does he have the soul patch? I can't remember.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Our internet searches scare me, by the way.
Boy, just not a lot of guys have that.
They don't. So I'll give Billy credit for going with a.
Boy, he's.
I feel like we're trying to pick out somebody that snatched a purse. This guy was in a Publix parking lot, and more right, more left.
Officer, can you get him to turn to the left, please?
No, keep going down, Rockstar. That's not it. He doesn't.
His eyes were wider.
Classic.
No,
goatee.
there it is.
Well, they call it the classic goatee. It doesn't have the mustache.
down. The petite gotea.
Petite goatee. That's what he's got. Yeah.
That's it. I bet he doesn't want to know it's called the petite goatee.
Yeah, that's not the look you're going after, or not the name you're going after.
Listen, can I get the petite goatee medium rare tonight, please?
Yeah.
That's what he's got. I feel guilty when I order the petite filet with you guys.
I do too.
I hate it when you do that because I'm never going with that. I have to go, I'll take the full filet.
I just hate saying the word petite.
Anyway, while we're on this,
we do the sparrow.
Yeah, I don't think Dunaway can grow it that much.
Oh my gosh,
I can't either. It'll be a gray sparrow.
Yeah.
which is probably a real
the
bird.
Merciless. Didn't he have the sparrow?
Well, that looks like it's named after Jack Sparrow, right? Because that's the style.
Johnny Depp, man.
Yeah, Johnny Depp did it. Yeah.
Is that the Klingon?
Well, the Klingon's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Man, you got to be.
maintenance.
You got to be like surgeon precision to actually have some of these facial hairdos.
Oh,
like
there's no
this.
doubt. Yeah.
Hey, back to
How
Haynes
about
King.
the mutton
Hang on.
chops? Look at the mutton chops.
I want you to pull this too, Rocky. Haynes King. So two different images I've seen. In one with the mustache, he looks like a young Watterson from Dazed and Confused,
We are on
which is Matthew McConaughey.
I'm so uncomfortable with this Google search.
Now, give me the one with the mustache
Forrester
first.
doesn't even have it up on the screen. Forrester waits until we're safe to put it on the screen.
Okay, that's how it works.
You can't find the mustache.
Thank
Okay,
you-
go
thank you,
non-mustache
Forrester.
first then,
Yeah.
Rocky. Pull
All
him.
right, while he looks for that, can
This
I,
is
Wait, how embarrassing. Pull up. Go back, Rockstar. Pull it up real quick. Pull up this. So you search Haynes King and blend it in with pictures of Haynes King as Haynes underwear.
Haynes underwear, yes.
that's not a common name.
Yes. I'll
Okay,
take
that's
the.
all I needed. That's all I
Okay, that
needed.
kid right there, snap it, Rocky. This is Colt McCoy's younger brother.
That's Colt McCoy's younger brother?
No, I'm just saying he looks like a
Oh,
little
he looks
bit.
like that. Okay.
Eyes are a little deeper.
Right.
You see him with a mustache, though. If you're a Dazed and Confused fan, he looks like a young Watterson.
All right.
But you got to find him with the mustache,
Okay.
Rocky. If you can find him with the mustache.
All right. So we got a little sidetracked.
Yeah, for all the people listening on the app, you can go see what we're talking about when you get off the road on YouTube, where you can watch us live every day.
Yeah. We got a little sidetracked. Here's my point on Kellen Mond. 11th all time in SEC passing. And what does Texas A&M have to show for that? I mean,
they had an argument to get into a 14 playoff.
let
last
me
year.
give you the neighborhood he's in, and I think you'll see kind of what I'm getting at here. In front of him is Casey Clausen. Now, Casey Clausen is the 10th all-time leading passer in the Southeastern Conference, which was a little bit surprising to me.
Well, Casey Clausen went to an SEC championship game.
I was about to make that point. Tennessee had good years under Casey Clausen. Bo Wallace is number 12.
He beat Alabama twice.
Bo Wallace beat Alabama twice
Should have been in the SEC championship
and started
Bo beat him twice or once?
twice.
Snead didn't beat him the other time? It was
no,
Bo both
Jevin
times?
Sneed. Jevin Sneed played against Franchione.
Both times.
Dak Prescott is number 13. It's the best years Mississippi State's ever
Yeah,
had.
the best Mississippi State quarterback of all time.
Yeah, Andre Woodson's number 14. Kentucky had game day on campus when Andre Woodson was the quarterback.
Could we say, would you say Jared Lorenzen or would you go, no, Tim Couch? Never mind.
Well, Jared Lorenzen's number 8. He's actually in front of him. Eli Manning is in front of him, number 9. Some of the best years Ole Miss has ever had.
Tim Couch is going to be in front of all these.
Actually, he's not, believe it or not, Lance. Tim Couch is 25th. But my point there is that's the neighborhood Kellen Mond's in, and I gave you guys that took their team to the SEC championship game, gave their team some of the best moments they've ever had.
Yep.
And
I get your point.
It was Chad Kelly.
yeah, it was Chad Kelly.
Thank you.
Bo Wallace beat him the first time, right? And then Chad Kelly. Whatever.
You said Jevin Sneed.
I know.
You were
I
halfway
just,
right.
I just knew it wasn't Bo Wallace twice.
Okay. Well, anyway,
I mean, Bo Wallace ain't going to walk in and beat Nick Saban twice.
so can Jimbo Fisher, if I told you Haynes King finishes 11th all time in the SEC, he does exactly what Kellen Mond did, 9,661 pass yards. What do you think Texas A&M gets out of that? What would be your expectation?
I mean, I would assume that they get to an SEC championship game.
You would assume that, right? But they didn't with Kellen Mond. Now, some of that had to do with Alabama, obviously, but they're not close with Alabama.
Well, I mean, last year it was one game. Alabama won it handily, but they didn't lose again.
But they're not close with Alabama.
You know, no. I can't even believe those numbers you throw out. Again, I think that's just longevity and that's reps, because when you look at the facts of 2020, they were 59th nationally last year, only 234 passing yards per game, 9th best in the SEC.
I know, it's weird. It's weird. You didn't – Kellen Mond, historically, people are going to look at that and say, wow, Texas A&M, first great SEC player from A&M, they must have killed it. Really, they didn't. They had one really good year.
Yeah, so Kellen Mond, not the quarterback of Texas A&M anymore. It's Haynes King. He's been named the starter by Jimbo Fisher. Today, Calzada will be the backup. They'll continue that battle as they get ready to start the season. More of our developing news in football, and a lot of you are in the chat room wanting to get reaction to that after LT tells you about our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. They'll be one of our presenting sponsors for our kickoff party, which is tomorrow night starting at 5 until close at Walk-Ons 280, 119 in Birmingham, Alabama. We love our relationship with the folks at Redmont.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color and smell, it's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, but also provides a smooth finish that doesn't have that harsh aftertaste. It's 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new favorite Simple Classic Gin, Vulcan Gin, also gluten-free and 8 times distilled. The fastest growing distillery in Alabama is Redmont, now available in Georgia, Mississippi, I think Florida, New York, New Jersey, soon to be nationwide. Pick up some today, Redmont Vodka.
Thank you, David, on Twitter, and Carson and Paul and Brooks and everyone else who were throwing in that it was Chad Kelly who won in Tuscaloosa. And boy, how many fluky things happened in that game for Chad Kelly to win in 2015 in Tuscaloosa. Now to the other developing story today that you guys want LT's reaction to. The LA Rams, LT's favorite team, got a running back from the New England Patriots today, former Georgia Bulldog. Sony Michel is now a member of the LA Rams. Your reaction to that?
Well, you had to give up 2 conditional picks, a 5th and a 6th. I think for the next 4 or 5 years, the Rams don't have any draft picks. But
they certainly don't have any first
news is Sony Michel is a guy that they can use immediately because, you know, although he's a smaller guy, he's got great hands out of the backfield. He can run between the tackles. You lose Cam Akers a month ago. Darrell Henderson's going to be your guy. I don't think anybody believes Darrell Henderson with his build is going to be able to stay healthy for 16. Already has gotten hurt this week. He's got a jammed thumb. And behind him, you've got Xavier Jones, who's a rookie. You've got Jake Funk, a rookie. So you don't have any depth. I think immediately Sony Michel might end up taking over the starting position from Darrell Henderson. And I go back to Super Bowl 53, a guy that's got a lot of experience with a deep running back corp for the New England Patriots. He had maybe one of his best games against the Rams, had almost 100 yards, a touchdown in that Super Bowl win against the Rams. So Sean McVay knows him well, played an abbreviated season, only 3 games last year, but I love the pickup.
You guys better win now. I mean, I know you said the other day you want 1 more and then you're okay to die, or you want 2 more and you're
he
okay
wants
to
2
die.
more.
Yeah, I want 2 more. I'm getting guilty. I want 1 more in the next couple of years, hopefully this year, and then I'll take 1 more.
You better do it now because you're giving away as you said, your
right.
draft left and right. I mean, they are in win now territory.
Well, that's what I was about to say. I've got a friend when we play poker that when everybody pushes the chips to the middle of the table, it's called going all in, and he always makes the announcement like, all in. He makes it all in.
I bet that doesn't get annoying at all.
And the Rams are all in to win now, which I'm okay with.
I am too. I
The
mean, you were
Buccaneers-
last year.
Yeah, the Buccaneers were all in last year with Tom Brady and all the things they did, and they won a Super Bowl championship. And I think with the salary cap and everything else, you've got to be about 1 year at a time. You can't have a 3-year or 5-year plan really in the NFL. If you're a veteran team, unless you go through a total rebuild like your Dolphins did a few years ago, and like certain teams have to do. Sometimes you strip it all down and you work on a 3 or 5 year plan. If you're the elite of the elite, I think you just got to stay and keep going all in.
Well, I'll just give you examples. I mean, just a couple of injuries when you're talking about such a limited roster and the talent being so tight in the NFL. I mean, to me, going back to 2019, San Francisco, who had 10-point lead on Kansas City in the Super Bowl, they were the best team, I thought, the entirety of that season. And then last year, because of a couple of injuries, they completely missed the postseason. You know, you look at Jacksonville. We talked about them, 1-15 last year. It seems like yesterday where Blake Bortles had them in the fourth quarter a lead over the New England Patriots in the AFC Championship game. I mean, you can go through a million of these examples, and you know, the Atlanta Falcons, a 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl. The Atlanta Falcons missed the postseason last year. The Houston Texans, double-digit lead on Kansas City in 2019 in the playoffs. People project them to win 1 or 2 games this year. It burns fast.
It does.
You got to win now.
Yep.
Got to win now. So those are your 2 developing stories. Quarterback named at Texas A&M and Haynes King, and the Rams have picked up Sony Michel from the Patriots today. And part of our show today also being brought to you by the great folks at Nichols Outfitters. As we get ready to roll through the show, Wimp's coming up in our next segment. Later on, Barrett Jones to start hour number 2 with us at 10 o'clock Central Time. And in the final hour of the show, Eric Mac Lain from the ACC Network and Clemson star will join us. Clemson is in our playoff projection, voted on by our viewers and listeners there in our 40 and 40 countdown. And Clemson's in at number 3 today.
Somebody on this desk thinks they're going to win it all.
Okay, we'll get into that after Brownie tells us about our friends at Nichols Outfitters, and we talk to Wimp Sanderson.
For camping and outdoor essentials and accessories, there is no better place to find it all than Nichols Outfitters in Pelham. Rooftop or ground tents, coolers and fridges, lighting equipment, and more. Nichols Outfitters is your answer. With the best customer service staff in all of Alabama, they will help you make the most of the outdoors. They are off exit 242 on I-65 in Pelham. You can visit them in-store or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
Rockstar, can you give me cut number 1? This was really interesting I don't know how it made it into my timeline last night, but it's Joshua Perry, who played at Ohio State. And Joshua Perry was on a video show, a podcast, much like this one right here. And he described how Urban Meyer is the worst driver he has ever ridden with, right?
Wow.
The worst driver he's ever ridden with. And it goes back to the days Urban was coaching at Ohio State and Joshua Perry was a player there, and he described it on this video podcast.
Urban Meyer might be the worst driver I've ever been in the car with. and here's the reason why is any time that he gets pulled over, he's not held accountable. Let me explain.
Why is that?
So we hop in, I think Urban had the Audi by then, S7. So, sport back, really slick car.
Yeah.
Stop signs did not exist. Red lights did not matter. Had not heard of a speed limit. And I'm like, white knuckle, like clenching the seat, like what is going on? And so I asked Coach, I'm like, Coach, why are you driving like this? Like, did you not see that stop sign? He's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, why didn't you stop? And he's like, just kind of didn't answer. And I'm like, Coach, what happens when you get pulled over? And he's like, well, typically they'll pull me over and they'll be like, hey, you're Urban Meyer. And I'll be like, yep. And they'll be like, man, great season you had last year. And I'll be like, thanks. And then they'll be like, hey, Coach, can I get an autograph? And I'll be like, sure. And then they let me go, and I'm like, here we go. So this dude, I promise you, I'm not exaggerating. I don't think he came to a complete stop one time until we pulled up to Cosi. It's the most amazing thing ever.
Note to the drivers in Jacksonville, watch out.
Yeah.
So Urban Meyer didn't mind playing I'm Urban Meyer card.
Wow.
But if you're Nick Saban, Brown, you say, Urban has to drive his own car.
That's true. Nick Saban hadn't touched the steering wheel except at a Ford commercial. The interesting thing about that, I bet Urban Meyer preach to his players, don't be entitled.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and
Don't
that
be
is
entitled.
the ultimate entitlement right there.
No, but I've earned
guarantee
mine. I've earned mine.
I'm entitled because I earned entitlement.
Urban Meyer did not want that story coming out.
No.
Hey, and I've got a feeling next year he gets pulled over in Jacksonville, he's getting a ticket.
Because they're going to be 4 and something.
Yeah.
Based on that offense. He may
I
get
can't
thrown in
believe he
jail.
drives. I mean, if you had Urban Meyer money, I don't know. You guys don't love driving, do you?
Yeah.
Don't.
No, I don't love it. I will tell you this, that Nick Saban spends a lot of time when he's in the car recruiting.
Of course.
I mean, he's on the phone, whether he's on a plane or, he's always on the phone talking to recruits. So, he's not driving, he's recruiting. Urban was doing okay. Some other coaches probably should put down the steering wheel too and ride around and call recruits while they're rolling around. Urban did okay when he was in.
Yeah, no. He
in
recruited
Columbus.
fine, yeah.
Apparently not it didn't sound like he was a bad driver, just an aggressive driver.
So like you just ignored the laws.
Yeah.
Makes you a bad driver, I guess.
All right, Wimp's next. You think Wimp's a good driver?
Oof. Aggressive.
Aggressive driver. Yeah. Hey, good season last year, Coach. Yep, thank you. You're Wimp Sanderson. He's next on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Buying a house is stressful. Selling your home is stressful. It is an emotional process leaving your home where you raised your family and moving to a home of your dreams. You need a realtor who will help you buy with confidence and sell with success. That realtor is Holly Mac Wilson. She is an experienced realtor who often gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than the asking price. Call Holly Mac Wilson. Let her help you buy with confidence and sell with success. 205-901-9446. 205-901-9446.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during the Summer of Freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever because this is your summer, the Summer of Freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit amfirst.org/promotions. That's amfirst.org/promotions. Available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender. MLS number 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit amfirst.org.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the Next Round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The Next Round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmont Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The Next Round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
Wimp is in just a second. A great video if you want to go chase it down. Forrester pointed this out to me. He loves his White Sox and baseball. But Casey Mize, former Auburn star, first major league at bat last night because of interleague play, gets a walk with bases loaded, walks in an RBI run. He does a bat flip, goes down to first base, gets to first base, and does the bow and arrow back to the dugout too.
On a walk?
On a
That's
walk.
terrific.
An
I love
RBI
it.
walk. It's a great bat flip. You can see that video on our website, the Morning Rounds. A quick, easy link in there if you want to see the former Auburn star get a walk. Part of our show, and Wimp in just a second. The show being brought to you by our friends at Standard Insurance Agency.
With auto rates lowering 4 times in the last 12 months, now is a great time to call Jessup Standifer and the Standifer Insurance Group. They have been serving the Southeast for more than 20 years. They have the right products and the right prices to earn your business. Call them today, 205-664-3200, or on the web at standiferinsurancegroup.com. The Coach Wimp Sanderson joins us now. Coach, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today.
Well, I'm doing well, but if we're going to have the show at 9:20, let's have it at 9:20. Mr. Dunaway is keeping it to 9:26.
Well, the break is at 9:20.
9:20. If it's going to be 9:26, just tell me it's going to be 9:26.
It's going to be 9:26. Yeah, that's.
Wait, what is your big plan today?
And keep it that way, but I don't tell my players to be there at 9:20 and them show up at 9:26.
Yeah, 9:26 moving forward.
Craneworks and David Upton, I'll talk about them when I get through. But let's have a thing on time and decide what time this show is going to be.
9:26 moving forward, Coach. From now on, 9:26. Is that okay?
Not really, but okay.
All right.
I'd rather have it earlier. But
At least you're in a good mood today.
What do you have to do? What do you have to do that is so important?
I have a lot to do.
That's offensive to ask what he has to do. I mean, he's got plans.
He's railing us for 4 minutes in an interview he's getting paid to do. I just don't know what is more important than that.
Well, one of the things is I have to take my wife to therapy.
Okay, well,
there you go, Brian.
So now you feel like a jerk.
All right,
You asked, you got it.
I got the answer. All right, tell Annette we said hello.
That was not Dunaway, by the way, Wimp. I knew you probably had important things to do today, man.
If you always screw up a free lunch.
We really would.
You just
Would be late.
That's right. We get there 5 minutes late. Yeah.
You'd be in line to get it, though.
Yeah, the coach is presented by Craneworks.
I might be in line. Yeah, you're right.
The coach is presented
on the menu.
He's presented by Craneworks. Just look for that big dog off Red Mountain Expressway. Did you? We just played a clip from a former Ohio State player that played for Urban Meyer, and he tells the story of Urban Meyer running stop signs and speeding. And anytime he got pulled over, they were like, "Oh, hey, coach, you move on." Was that the way you got treated when you were a coach?
I didn't get stopped much when I did. They knew who I was, and a couple of them wanted an autograph. I just left. I usually drove and Sonny didn't drive, so I said, "Well, Sonny Smith's in the front seat." There, they said, "I don't want his autograph."
Sonny had a driver? You were.
I was the driver. Yes, we on all the deals that we went through. I did. I told you the story about when I was stopped, and I said I got to the car, and I said, "Would you like a picture of?" I asked him if he would like a picture of Coach Bryant, an autograph picture. He said, "I sure would." And so I go back to my car. He hasn't. I don't think he's maybe give me a warning or something. When I got to the door, I said, "Would you like one for your wife?" He said, "I'd love one for my wife." So I sent him 2 pictures for he and his wife.
That's very nice of you.
Autographed. Coach Bryant may have been passed away by then. I can't remember.
I thought you were setting us up for a joke. Then he said, "Can I get one for my girlfriend too?" I thought it was going to be a Wimp punchline.
Wasn't anymore.
Wimp, I want your opinion on this. We've set this up for the next round. It's our Cowan Twitter poll question of the day. And the question is, better chance of happening a Rec Hoops team over a team of WNBA All-Stars or the Rec Hockey team over a Team USA?
Yeah, Women's Team USA.
Yeah, Women's Team USA. Let's just stick with if you could go back on your Alabama on-campus days and handpick some Rec guys to play a WNBA team, how do you think that plays out?
Probably the WNBA team would win.
Yeah, see, that's what I said, Wimp. They're passing and their set shots.
See, I disagree, Wimp, because we've actually gone down this route before. The difference is, and just think about this, the rebounding and the inability to get the shot off against the guys. That's the problem.
Well, the inability to get the shot off. If they got the shot off, they usually made them.
Oh yeah,
a little bit better than the men. Yeah, I agree. I think it's. I don't really know the answer to it, but
Wimp, you're a former coach. Explain to LT. He's going. I know you are. You're a legendary coach. The rebounding is as much about positioning as everything else, right? I mean, yes, the guys could probably outjump the girls, and the rec league guys could, but
it's not even outjumping the blocking out. Yeah, the positioning.
Women
girls, we're not going to shoot as many shots. We're going to control the game a little bit better, like I tried to with some teams. We'll control the game a little bit better, not put the ball on the glass too much, and make them work defensively because they're out of shape and been drinking a lot. I'm sure those guys have, and towards the end of the game, we win.
Yeah. LT had a couple of guys smoking during timeouts back in the game he played. Wimp Sanderson is with us as we get to chat with him at this time, 9:26 every Wednesday here on the Next Round. Texas A&M named their quarterback today. Haynes King, the redshirt freshman, very little experience. Do you think Jimbo has a team, if he gets quarterback right, that can possibly upset Alabama, can possibly get to Atlanta and win a playoffs? How good of a team do you think Jimbo has in College Station?
No, I think he's got a good team. He's got a new quarterback and a new situation there, and they're all gunning for Alabama, as all the teams are. I think he has a shot to be second in the league in the West. Over the rest of the teams, over LSU and those. So I would say, it's 75% Alabama and 25% Texas A&M, maybe a little bit more than that because of the home field advantage. But A&M has gotten better. I know LT doesn't care for them, but I think they've gotten better, and I think they'll continue to get better. They've got some pretty good players. The point is Alabama can't meet expectations offensively. It's all you goobers, all you three guys, and everybody. There's no way to meet it. It's not possible. The expectations that high, there's no way to meet those expectations. The offensive coordinator is not as good as Sark was. This, that, and the other, and that's defenses. The defense was pretty good last year. Nobody thought it was worth a hoot. So I would say the expectations for Alabama offense will not ever be met this year.
The coach, Wimp Sanderson, joins us each week, courtesy of Crane Works and Rental Works, Alabama's leader in crane and equipment rental. Nick Saban has kind of said the same thing, and we know that Nick Saban often tries to reach his team through what he says to the media. So what do you read into him saying things like, you guys, talking about the writers, you guys say they're going to come here and they're going to win championships. This team has some building to do, things like that. What do you read into what Nick Saban has been saying?
Well, surrounding the quarterback makes the quarterback good. The quarterback is good, and on days they don't surround the quarterback with good play, blocking, and so forth, then the quarterback's not as good. So I think he does a very good job of getting his guys to understand that you're trying to create value for yourself and for your team. That's the reason those guys had the shots, is they wanted to create good value for their teammates. So I think that's big. I think one thing that we're talking about with this committee, not with the alliance of these three teams, is that if they do combine and do the scheduling, you guys don't care because you don't care about the Troys and North Alabamas and Southern Misses, but it's going to affect the schedule, and it's going to affect the money that these guys have to make in order to provide money for their other sports. But if they all play each other and they do away with the Troys and the North Alabamas and the Mississippi Southerns and those people, it's going to be very costly to the teams below that. Now, y'all don't cover that much, but it's pretty big. And I think that's one thing that we're going to have to see. We'll have to see what happens.
You cover that a lot on your show, too? You cover Troy a lot on your show, too?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. It's good, yeah.
Hey, well, a question I asked yesterday, we were talking about Ohio State. So Ryan Day's going into year 4. He's never lost a regular season game. If I asked you what happens first, Ohio State wins a national championship under Ryan Day, or the SEC wins another national championship in basketball?
Ryan Day wins the national championship in football.
Then we all agree with you.
Yeah, you guys have to understand now when the teams come into the SEC, it doesn't start just tomorrow like everybody's going to play everybody. because the rotation is pretty big rotation of when you will get to play a team. And one of the reasons that this alliance is formed was to try to keep you from having 12 teams in the playoffs. They're going to fight that. They don't want 12 teams because they think 7 of them will be from the SEC. So that's another big factor right there, I would think. But I would say, to answer your question, LT, I would say Ryan Day in Ohio State has a better chance to win it than a team in the SEC.
Yeah, we all agreed with you.
Yeah, I would tell you this. We've got a new rule, several new rules for college football this year, but one that is not a penalty yet, but coaches will be able to submit to Steve Shaw and the national officiating folks when they think players are faking injuries to slow down the progression of the game, of a drive on offense and such. Do you think there should be a rule against faking injuries? Because I know the sport you love in basketball, they've been working on trying to prevent the flopping to try to fool officials for foul calls. Do you think in football they should have a rule against guys who are quote unquote faking injuries to stop a drive or slow things down?
I think that they maybe should have the rule, but I think they should be very careful with using the rule. I think they need to be understood in the meetings that you better be darn sure that what you're doing is correct. And you can be incorrect and not realize. But I think you have to be very careful with the rule. I think the rule will be fine.
Would you be okay a player being mandated that if he stops the play that he's got to be out 3 plays, 5 plays, something like that?
No.
Well,
I don't think you can do that. I think that's too hard to keep up with. They got enough pencils, piece of papers over there trying to figure out different things with the clock going wrong. The answer to some of this stuff that we're talking about, I don't know if y'all talked about it or not, is to add 2 teams to the Big 12. And what you would have to do, you could add BYU if the religious part didn't hurt it. And if you have to pay Nebraska a lot of money and get them to move, and if you took Nebraska and BYU and put them in the Big 12, and you would have a better chance of going on with the Big 12. I hate to see those teams in Texas lose an opportunity they're going to be splintered to some to the Pac-12, maybe one to the Big 10. The Alliance people, the athletic director at Ohio State, he's pretty new. And I just think that's the best way to solve that problem. I don't know if y'all talked about that problem or not. Probably don't care, but I think that's better than putting 8 teams out to the wind.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, Nebraska, you would have to pay. I know what you're saying.
I know.
For them to leave the Big Ten and go to the unknown, they would be better off back in the Big 12. They've done nothing in the Big Ten, but I just money wise, it'd be tough for them to go back. But I do agree with you, and I'm with you. I don't want to see those. I mean, I like watching Iowa State football and Oklahoma State football. You can still watch it, but
you can. Dave Wannstedt, and we'll get into this a little bit later on, maybe after Wimp is done with us. But he shared some intel from the Big Ten officials who were with him at Fox meetings, and he thinks all those teams left behind will find a home in these new conferences. Wimp, so maybe they won't be left out in the desert very long.
Jim, they're going to go to the American Conference. That's no good.
Well, it's a good conference, but it's a step down from where they are. Yes.
Well, certainly, national-wise, if you could put a BYU and a Nebraska in there, you would have 2 nationally known teams. How good they are, I don't know. But I just think that to slide them into the American Conference. Let's go. Let's take Texas Tech, move them to the American. Let's take TCU and move them to the Pac-12. I think if you could put 2 teams there, you'd be a lot better off. The other problem we're having in this day and time is the NCAA committee is made up of people who are trying to talk about sports and they don't know anything about it. They got 24 members. There's no way to have 24 members of anything and decide what you need to do with your committees and with your programs at NCAA. That's ridiculous.
But that seemed like it was a problem even back in your coaching days. That seems like that's been an NCAA problem forever, that you've had so many people who are not sports people making the decisions.
That's right. They got the golf. I think they got the golf coach at New Mexico State on. They got stupid stuff, and people that don't even have team presidents, men and ladies who don't know anything about sports, making sports decisions.
Yeah, like I never thought it was right that a D3 president or an AD from Division II should be making a decision on how many basketball scholarships you had.
Yeah, me and you agree on something.
Yeah.
Well, it's about time.
I wanted to end
agree.
on a positive note. Yeah.
Well, I know.
All right.
I understand.
He is the coach. Oh, well, we got to do something quick on the air here. Rockstar, do you want to do a blue plate, a practice blue plate?
Yeah, just practice one.
Well, I don't mind doing a blue plate at all.
Do we have the old open, Rockstar?
Well,
I'm sure you don't.
I didn't know about the
No,
transfer
you don't have
possibility,
it.
but blue
You
plate.
don't.
You wrote the song and recorded it. I mean, you own the song.
I have to have access to it. Don't have access to it.
What, you didn't keep it?
Well, I will certainly be happy to give you a blue plate.
Okay, fire away. The coach's blue plate right here.
Yeah, I think that Fresno State will beat Connecticut by more than 27.5.
All right, Fresno State
Connecticut.
Big
minus
number.
the 27.5 over Connecticut. You like that, Lance?
Yeah.
I really have not
I
looked
do
at that
like
one, Brown.
Yeah. So
Yeah, he hasn't looked at it because he's not smart as me.
That's
So,
right. Wimp likes to dig
Connecticut
deep,
didn't
Lance.
play last year. They swapped a lot of people. That's the first time they've ever had to go to Fresno State. I don't know if 27.
I bet it is.
Yeah, I would imagine.
But that's a tough ticket.
Yeah. So Fresno State minus 27.5. That's Wimp's first practice blue plate. And the way we do this, if he gets it right, we put it in the standings. If he doesn't get it right, his first blue plate will be next week.
That's right. He gets a mulligan. That's right. Breakfast ball. All right, the coach, Wimp Sanderson.
I need to talk about Crane Works.
Yeah, I was setting you right up for that. He is presented each week by Crane Works and Rental Works. Like I've never done this.
And I appreciate David having me on the show, and certainly they've got great Rental Works, which is a division of Crane Works, and everything you want from a chainsaw to skid steers to anything that you want there, they've got it. Crane Works, great people. David's a great person. 296-8590. You can call Chip Howard. He'll be glad to help you at Crane Works. I hope you guys are enjoying your new gig. I'm sure you are. I'm trying to listen to as much as I can. I can't get it all the time quite in my car, and I've texted Brownie about it, but I haven't got much of an answer.
I think I told you.
We'll set it up on your
said
phone.
download it. You said
I
download
said,
it.
did you download the app?
Yeah.
Okay.
Brad, let me ask you something. All you guys, the Cleveland Browns, all you guys that have families named Brown,
Uh-huh.
Do y'all resent to be in the Cleveland Browns?
Really don't. I don't.
The Cleveland Indians.
No, I'm good. They can
Resent
keep it
the
for life
Cleveland-
as far as I'm
resent the
concerned.
Cleveland Indians, so what about the Cleveland Browns?
No, better question. If his last name was Indian, would he change it, Coach?
Yeah.
Brian Indian's a weird name.
But how pretty is Faye Dunaway, though?
Faye Dunaway?
Yeah.
I don't.
Jim's
I don't
last
know
name
how
is
pretty she
Dunaway.
is now.
Right.
Yeah, I think Wimp was more of an Andy Dickinson guy back in the day.
Angie?
I forgot who you were. I was on so late I didn't know who y'all were.
All right. Go answer that other interview. I'm sure you've got another interview to get paid for. That phone's ringing off the hook.
Phone's ringing off the hook.
Yeah.
All right, Wimp.
Later, sports fans.
All right, love you.
No, I don't.
Okay, fine. That's the coach, Wimp Sanderson, presented each week by Crane Works and Rental Works.
It's the first outright refusal. I don't.
Don't forget they are Alabama's leader in crane and equipment rental.
Yeah, and apparently chainsaws.
Chainsaws. You got Rental Works. You got a
I
chainsaw
brought that
Rental
up
Works.
last week. I mean, apparently so. You know what's in the copy? He's not throwing that in there.
Charles says, I didn't know they rented chainsaws.
They do. Rental Works. Absolutely.
They do, Jeff.
We're going to spend some time educating you on Rental Works come football season. Just you wait. We got a big announcement coming up.
Absolutely. All right. Late for a break here. When we come back, I'll tell you what Dave Wanstad learned at the Fox meetings as they gathered to talk about the upcoming football season. The former NFL and college football coach, who's now an analyst for Fox, had a chance to spend with what he calls some Big Ten insiders who gave him some information on where he thinks the realignment goes next after the alliance. That's all next on The Next Round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com. Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key, and Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. What does that mean? It means you are the reason they have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. ERA King believes a culture focused on building value in their agents produces big value for their clients and their families. To find your agent, text MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Yankees win again last night, 11 straight, beat the Braves.
Controversial.
Second best ERA during this stretch in Major League Baseball. Thought the guy was safe at the plate.
Oh, there's no doubt he was safe. Major League, now Braves fans think it's a conspiracy against them. by Major League Baseball. I don't see any reason Major League Baseball would conspire against the Braves. But it does seem like they lose a lot of.
Well, it's not that they're pro Yankees, you know that.
Well, maybe that is it. But no, the Braves fans think it's about them too. It wasn't just the Yankees. I think it's just that baseball replay is terrible. They're very bad at it.
I'll tell you, the Yankees are shaky in the pen. We've known that all year. But that at bat from Freddie Freeman at the end, and I thought he got it.
He barely missed it, didn't he?
Thought he got it.
Yeah, a lot of arm there. Didn't get a full sweet spot there. 11-game winning streak. Longest one since 85 for the Yankees as they continue to roll. Part of our show being brought to you by the folks at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, Hemp Hill Services, my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently replaced that AC unit, had the water heater issue as well. They're always professional, courteous. Hemp Hill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemp Hill Services, an independent train dealer. They service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
We'll talk about that bullcrap news conference yesterday the Big Ten, Pac-12, and ACC's commissioners have to stabilize the volatile environment in college football. But I wanted to talk more about realignment for a second. Dave Wannstedt, who's an analyst at Fox and former head coach in the NFL and college football, told 670 The Score's Mully and Haw show up in Chicago that he thinks the Big 12 schools will find landing spots. Here's what he said. I was at a Fox meeting in Phoenix a week ago, and we were talking a lot about this, and there were a lot of Big 10 people there. The Big 12, we know that Oklahoma and Texas are going to the SEC. Here's how the Big 10 people were telling me the rest of it will shake out. Oklahoma State and Kansas State will go to the Pac-12. West Virginia will go to the ACC. This from Wannstedt and what the Big Ten people were telling him. And he says that makes sense as a guy who was very close to that program because of Virginia and Pitt and some of the rivalry games they could have there. And he believes, Wannstedt told the Chicago station, that Iowa State and Kansas will be two schools that will go to the Big Ten because of what I brought up yesterday. They are in some academic organization, and Iowa State and Kansas are in the same organization with all those other Big Ten academic schools. He says that leaves Texas Tech, TCU, and Baylor looking for homes, and that there will be a fight maybe between the Pac-12 and the ACC on getting into Texas with those schools.
I don't know about you guys. I wasn't a big fan of Oklahoma and Texas coming into the SEC, but if the SEC is ultimately going to go to 18, Baylor and TCU aren't terrible.
No, I mean, you would get a DFW team.
I think you already have one in Texas and Texas A&M.
You do, but you get another one. I mean, and it would, kind of give those rivalries. Texas and Oklahoma, everybody's going to want to beat them, but who are their rivals in the SEC? They don't have them. I mean, there are none, really. Arkansas from the old days, I guess, right? Missouri for Oklahoma from the old Big 8 days, but those are old rivalries. This will give you some rivalries in there. Well, I wouldn't be opposed to it if you're going to go to 18.
How good's the basketball conference going to be if you had Baylor in there in the
Very
SEC?
good.
Yeah. Or if you said, hey, I'll take Kansas and West Virginia instead.
I'll pass. I'll pass on Kansas, West Virginia.
Well, let me tell you, Brown, at some point you got to schedule some losses. You got to bring in some losses
you do,
in SEC football.
But Kansas, West Virginia waters down the SEC. Want no part of that. Kansas football.
I like the West Virginia fan base.
No, I'm okay with that.
I like them in basketball. I like them in football.
It's a misfit, though. It's just a misfit. I mean, Missouri's a misfit, but there are misfits.
Dunaway grew up with a coonskin hat, though.
Yeah. I do think Auburn's played there before. Was that a weeknight game for some reason? I think it was a Thursday night game.
There was a Thursday night game because that was when Tuberville really got the heat. Was that not the game that actually pushed him out?
Was that the game where he turned the heaters off?
I think
remember.
it was.
No, it was.
Me and Rocky and Ian Fitzsimmons were doing a show down at the beach at the Wharf. Remember that Thursday night?
Yep, it was a good night.
That is the one. Interesting. Why do you remember that?
I just remember that was a fun place.
Oh, okay.
It was really cool. Dancing had a date night. We saw Pride and Glory.
We did see Pride and Glory.
It was bad. It was a little.
Well, you two guys always on your dates.
That's right.
While traveling around.
Like an old married couple.
Stop. It was just a movie. It was just a movie.
But that was a Thursday night game.
That was the one I think where Tuberville turned off the sideline heaters.
And I think some Auburn fans who went there said the West Virginia experience wasn't exactly what they wanted. Like they raved about Kansas State fans when they went to Manhattan. I think the West Virginia fans, a little bit more aggressive and not as nice, if I remember the stories correctly.
Look, I agree. I think West Virginia's got potential to get back in football. I think Neil Brown's got them at least creeping back in that direction. Obviously, Bobby Huggins has got them one of the top 25 basketball programs right now in college football. The weird fit to me is Kansas State in the Pac-12.
Yeah. Doesn't feel right.
Yeah, and people like Charles are saying, why would Kansas and Kansas State split up? Because Kansas would get the Big Ten invite and Kansas State would not, and you take Big Ten money all day long. Top of the hour here, Barrett Jones talking Alabama football and SEC football coming up at the top of the hour here. Hour number 2 of the show. Don't forget you can download everything at nextroundlive.com. And don't forget, if you're watching us on any of your streaming services right now, please like, rate, comment right there. Give us a like, thumbs up right there as you watch us on YouTube.
On Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
Buying a house is stressful. Selling your home is stressful. It is an emotional process leaving your home where you raised your family and moving to a home of your dreams. You need a realtor who will help you buy with confidence and sell with success. That realtor is Holly Mac Wilson. She is an experienced realtor who often gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than the asking price. Call Holly Mac Wilson. Let her help you buy with confidence and sell with success. 205-901-9446. 205-901-9446.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the Next Round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The Next Round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The Next Round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, our friends at Michelson will bring you the headlines this hour as I run through it. The Alliance made their announcement yesterday. Greg Sankey respects and understands the impact of everything going on. He respects the process and all the other commissioners. All SEC team announced that included Tank Bigsby of Auburn as a running back, and then a host of Alabama teams, Alabama players, Christian Harris, John Mechie, Will Anderson, Evan Neal, Phil Mathis. You get into the secondary with Josh Jobe and everybody else. I can't even read my own writing there on the other guys.
Malachi Moore
is the answer there. You can read my writing better than I can. The Rams get Sony Michel today. Texas A&M names their starting quarterback, Haynes King, redshirt freshman. All that is brought to you by our friends at Michelson. Works out perfectly. I could read that if I would go to Michelson.
Yeah, that's what you need to do, Dunaway. 19 years ago, I got the procedure done. Again, it only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I now have 20/15 vision, which is better than 20/20, obviously. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts or glasses. To find out if LASIK is right for you, call our friends at Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. You can visit them online. Go to michelsonlaservision.com. Dr. Mark Michelson changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Make sure you make that phone call today. Get the free consultation, 205-969-8100.
All right, Barrett Jones, the Alabama great, joins us now, ESPN radio analyst as well. Barrett, welcome in. How are you?
I was really hoping for my first time on the new show, I would get like a Dunaway segue, but I was stuck with the Brown segue. But anyway, I'm glad to be back.
What was what did he just do? Michelson?
Can I do
All
one?
right, come out of Michelson. Pretend, Lance.
Yeah,
can you give the tagline for Michelson?
again?
All right, here we go. Hang on, Barrett. Hang on.
Again, to find out if LASIK is right for you, the free consultation, call today, 205-969-8100.
One thing you can see in any showcase, any trophy case in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, is an award that the next guest won when he played for the Crimson Tide, the most decorated player in Alabama football history until a guy named Devontae Smith came. His name is Barrett Jones, and he joins us now. Barrett, welcome to the show. How are you?
Wow, home of the Jim Parker Trophy.
That's right.
Thanks to y'all's hard-hitting investigative reporting. So I will always be grateful for that.
Was that
I
better?
love Barrett's got really good sarcasm.
Yeah,
he always has.
He is the best at sarcasm.
Well, guys, seriously glad to be on. And football's right around the corner. You guys are back. I mean, there's a lot to be excited about.
No, there absolutely is, yeah.
Hey, let's start with Alabama because Dunaway set you up for that. Look, they're coming off one of the greatest seasons in college football history. They lose a ton off the offensive side of the ball. But we've been talking about this. This could be Nick Saban's best defense. Now, statistically, where we are in college football, points per game, it might not be there. It might not be under 10 points per game like we've seen before. But the collection of linebackers, what they've got on all three levels, this could be the best defense he's had.
Wow. I'm not sure. I am very biased to that 2011 defense. I think that was unbelievable defense, even though you're probably right that today they would probably get shredded because, we played regular the whole game with, 4 linebackers, 3 down linemen. So it's hard to even compare. But I do think this has a chance to be their best defense in a while, and who knows, maybe their best defense ever. They are stacked at every level, and it's not often that you have a chance to lose a guy like Patrick Surtain in the secondary and, probably have a better all-around secondary, the next season. So I think the secondary is going to be awesome. The middle of the defense, Christian Harris obviously is a guy who I think everyone expects to take a huge step forward. He was awesome last year. Most people didn't realize he was by far the best linebacker on the team last year. Dylan Moses, there was a lot of talk about him in the preseason, but you turn on the tape, Christian Harris was the guy who really made things go at that level. And then obviously with those two guys on the edge, I think Will Anderson has a chance to lead the whole country in sacks. I think he's that kind of talented, especially with another good bookend rusher with Chris Allen. So you're right. This defense, they have a chance to be really, really good. And Pete Golding's first 2 years, maybe not quite what we've gotten used to at Alabama defensively. I think this is going to be an unbelievable year defensively. And I think early in the season, the defense will be ahead of the offense. I don't think that'll surprise anybody. But I think it's going to be a really fun unit to watch.
I agree with you about the 2011 defense. Barrett Jones is with us here. Listen, I know you were an athletic guy at the offensive line. You played every position, literally, while you were in school there and won some award at every position along the way. But when you look at the athleticism of what Evan Neal brings to the table, he's the top of Bruce Feldman's freak list. When you watch and see what he can do athletically, how does that help him be an elite offensive lineman? And what would you give to have that skill set?
Yeah, he definitely is a freak, and we are on extreme ends of the spectrum. I'll never forget, I was at the Army All-American game in high school my senior year, and we were doing this obstacle course thing. It was just kind of this fun thing but before the game on a different day, and they matched me up with a guy named Tyron Smith. He's still playing for the Cowboys. And, it was my athleticism versus Tyron Smith's athleticism. We were doing this obstacle course. And that was one of my first realizations of wow, okay, there are guys out there that are just absolute freaks, and I am not one of those guys. So yeah, it's tough when you realize that. You have that realization. But I think Evan Neal is one of those guys. He's a freak. His ceiling is extremely high. I think he could be a top 5 pick next year. He's that kind of player. How does it help you? With the modern offenses, you really can't have these 360, 70-pound type tackles anymore. They're going to be elite. Obviously, we've seen some guys that have done that, but it's really hard just with how fast the game is now, how quickly you have to get up to the ball. You have to have guys that are really good athletes. And then also, with how prominently the passing game is featured now in most offenses, pass protection, especially at tackle, is at such a premium that you have to have incredible athletic ability. And especially as those guys on the edge have gotten a little bit smaller and faster, you have to be able to move your feet. And obviously, you've seen Evan Neal, you've seen the videos on the freaky stuff he can do. He fits the mold, and it helps to have the length in arms and reach and everything that he has to go as well. He's the complete package. So I'm excited to watch him this year. I think he has a chance to be the best offensive lineman in college football, to win potentially another Outland Trophy if he lives up to that hype. I will say, I'll do my own segue here. That's probably the thing early in the season that I'm most interested to see. I do think, losing 3 starters of the caliber that Alabama lost them last year, I think it'll take time for that unit to gel together. Offensive line always takes more time anyway, but especially when you lose 3 guys like they lost, they have a lot of talent. There's a lot of guys, that will eventually be good there. But I'm interested to see kind of as they try to find that right mixture of guys, how that unit looks early in the year.
Barrett Jones is with us, former Alabama great, now ESPN radio analyst, at Barrett A. Jones on Twitter, if you would like to follow him there. Away from Alabama, Auburn is having a situation right now where their new head coach, Brian Harsin, is away from camp because of a COVID diagnosis. Their new defensive coordinator, Derek Mason, also away from camp because of a COVID diagnosis. When it is a new staff and it's your first fall camp, is it overblown that a defensive coordinator and a head coach are away? How critical is that time for the head coach and the defensive coordinator to be there?
Well, it's certainly critical. I would, in some ways, in fall camp, maybe say it's at least equally as critical that the defensive coordinator is not there, because I'm assuming he probably, and I don't know exactly how it works, but he probably coaches a position group as well. And so, as long as you have your position coach, people, I think, majorly underestimate, the amount of time. I always tell people when they're, picking a school, I say, the head coach is great, obviously leadership, that's important, tone at the top. But you better make sure you really like your position coach, and you better make sure you like the strength coach, because those are the 2 guys that you're going to be spending a ton of time with. So certainly I don't think it's ideal for the head coach to not be there. I think it can be overcome. But the coordinator, I think, is equally as much of a deal, because you wonder who's coaching those guys. And obviously camp is extremely important at a time where you come together as a unit, you get better. And there's just a lot of things you can't see on the field, because I'm sure these guys are watching all the tape every night and funneling information as quickly as possible in whatever way possible to their underlings to get the job done. But it certainly hurts not to have that on-the-field coaching to give that instant feedback to the players, especially in your first years you're trying to develop, both sides of the ball. So I think it's a big deal, but not necessarily, maybe an everything deal.
How do you feel about Oklahoma, Texas coming to the SEC?
I feel like it was inevitable that something was going to happen. I kind of see it's all kind of connected. The NIL. In the last few years, it kind of seems like we've just sort of stopped pretending that college football is not big business, at least as much. In a big business, there's always going to be mergers and acquisitions, and you're always going to go out and try to find, good brands to add to your portfolio of brands, and that's exactly what the SEC has done. Whether you dislike it or not, and people say, well, Greg Sankey's, hurting the game in general. Well, Greg Sankey's not responsible for the game. He's responsible for the SEC, and he certainly made the conference better. And, I do think that in this day and age, we're kind of realizing that even as popular as college football is, there are so many options now for viewers on what to watch that I do think over time the appetite for bad games will continue to grow smaller and smaller. And so where I'm getting to with that is I do think that adding teams like Oklahoma and Texas, probably number one, is going to make them play more league games and just have more quality matchups. And I think ultimately that's good for the fan. Now, how is it for college football in general? I honestly have no idea. I mean, there's just so many ways it could go after this. Now we have this pseudo alliance, which I've seen a lot of gifs on Twitter comparing it to the Jim and Dwight alliance from The Office. That's kind of as strong as it seems to me. I'm not really sure what it is. It's just like a gentleman's agreement or something. Anyway, that's a whole different conversation. But, I think we're going to get better college football games. Now, what's the sport going to look like in 10 years? I have no clue. But in the short term, I do think it'll be fun. I think we all probably believe – I kind of think that Texas and Oklahoma will be playing in the SEC next season. I have a hard time believing that, they're just going to sit around until 2025 and watch it implode. So that'll be interesting. I'm sure there's some gamesmanship going on behind closed doors to figure out all the money and how that works. But we know that Texas is no stranger to buyouts. They've had their fair share of buyouts. They might need to keep a buyout expert on staff to figure that stuff out because they could probably save some money that way. So I have a feeling they'll figure it out and probably be in the league before long.
Barrett, speaking of Texas, Kyle Flood, who was at Alabama last year, coached offensive line, tells the folks who cover Texas that in his opinion, Steve Sarkisian, who in full disclosure is his boss, of course, but he says he's the best play caller he's ever seen in college football. You've been around a while now. You've been around some good ones, and you're an ESPN analyst now. Where does Sark rank among play callers that you've seen, and who is in his neighborhood?
Well, it's a great question. I think certainly Sark last year, especially in the second half of the season, he was in a rhythm that was pretty unbelievable. I mean, if you watched that national championship game, it was poetry in motion. I mean, it was unbelievable the way he was able to create the exact matchups that he wanted on almost every play. And when they had obviously the players to execute it. But it was great, the feel he had for just the personnel and what they were good at and putting them in the position to succeed. I really had never seen anything quite like it, honestly, at that level. Now, the other guy I will put up there is a guy you probably would expect is Lane Kiffin. I mean, I think Lane Kiffin is incredible at that as well. And obviously, both USC guys, kind of funny, they were both in that same building for a while. But man, Lane's another guy who has just an incredible feel for how the game is developing. And, college football is becoming obviously more – people say the NFL is becoming more like college football. I say college football is becoming more like the NFL. You can say it either way. But NFL is so much about matchups, and you're starting to see that in more and more offensive coordinators where the good ones really understand, hey, I've got this player. I need to create a matchup. I don't just need to call a random play. I need to create this matchup. And it's not just with receivers. It's also even offensive line. Like when I look at tape sometime in the offensive line, I look and I notice that play callers are calling certain run schemes because, hey, they want to get this big left guard and left tackle on a double team block that's going to create a lot of space. So, a guy that can understand all that and feel that within the game and call that and quickly react, it's a really, really rare breed. I'm gonna need like a few more minutes. I'd say Dan Mullen at times. He's a really good play caller. I thought last year in the SEC championship game he did a great job. I mean, I don't want to leave anybody out. There's a lot of them that are out there, but those are kind of the first ones that come to mind when I think about it.
Barrett, you mentioned the NFL final roster cuts come up next Tuesday on the 31st. How tense is that week being in the NFL, former NFL guy? And do you have one good story on the worst way a guy ever handled being cut?
Oh man, I don't know if I have that exact story, but I would say my story about being cut. I always tell people, when I took my job here at ESPN, and also I work in Memphis as financial advisor, and I say, hey, I got fired from my job like 4 times before I was 25. So, I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but it's it definitely is a pretty wild realization when you get called in the office. I have 2 really quick funny ones. At the Steelers, I was literally sitting down to have breakfast one day. I was sitting there eating eggs and bacon at a table by myself. I'd come in the middle of the season and I'd only been there for a month. I had a guy, probably a 33-year-old type guy come sit down with me, introduce himself. He said, "I'm so-and-so." I said, "Hey, good to meet you, man. How you doing?" And he's like, "Yeah, how you enjoying it here?" I was like, "Yeah, it's good." He probably didn't say that. And he said, "Yeah, we're going to have to let you go today. Bring your playbook up to the GM." I was like, "Okay, well, good to meet you."
Did you finish breakfast?
Yeah, I finished breakfast. And my other one is, with the Eagles, this is the last time I got cut. So, the deadline is on I'm trying to remember. I think it's Friday. It's on a Friday, like, let's just say it's around, noon or something. And we had played the last game. I'm probably messing that up. Whenever the deadline was, it was right before the deadline. I was getting on a plane to go home because you have to have 3 days off or whatever before on that Labor Day weekend before you really start and come back. And that first college football, there's not NFL. And so I was getting on a plane. I was going home for the weekend. I thought I'd made the team. It was like an hour before the deadline. I was boarding the plane, and my phone rang, and it was Howie Roseman, and he said, "Hey, we're going to have to let you go." And I never came back to Philly. I had my stuff shipped back, and that was it. And that was the end of my football career. So it's a big week for a lot of people. It's a tough week, but it's ultimately I look back, and even though that was tough, man, I'm glad it happened because I came home and got married and have a kid and I'm really enjoying life now. So it is it's definitely a life-changing, life-altering time for people. And, it's when you watch Hard Knocks or whatever and you think, man, you got to think about that's a real human and they're moving around and going to different places and that's their livelihood. So it definitely is tough and it's very real. And in the time, it certainly feels very intense and very life and death.
Who do you know yet? Obviously you should know who you have week 1 for ESPN.
I do. We have a little small game out in Charlotte. That's Georgia versus Clemson. So it should be a lot of fun. Got a great start to the year, and I think week 2 we have Washington, Michigan. So we got a great way to start the year off, and it'll be a lot of fun. I cannot wait for the Georgia Clemson game. A lot of questions will be answered, and I love marquee matchups to start the year off.
Yeah, well, we'll talk more about that next time you're with us. Thank you for the time, Barrett. It is always fun talking with you.
Hey, absolutely, guys. Always fun to be on the show. And seriously, congratulations. Excited for you guys. And I will be here to help in any way possible. I was a little nervous that sometimes when you make a transition in life, like you move or something, you kind of use that opportunity to sort of get rid of some of the old people in your life, that you didn't want, or you change emails, you don't resubscribe to some of the new stuff. Yeah. And I thought maybe that I'd gone out with the old, but I'm glad to know that I am also in with the new. So I'm honored.
We were going to let you finish your eggs and bacon first.
I appreciate that.
It was literally show number 8. Well, this is the 8th show you're on here.
No, I wasn't saying it's been too long. I was just making the point that I didn't know. I'm just honored. It was it did sound like it was a diss. It wasn't meant to sound that way. It was meant to sound like I'm honored to be on the show. That was the point.
Well, we love having you. You know that. Thank you very much. Have a great week. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, guys. See you.
All right, Barrett Jones, former Alabama great, now with ESPN Radio with us on the next round, presented by Bud Light.
I'll tell you something, and this has nothing to do with Barrett, but just on one of our screens here, a big wall of, if you haven't seen the studio, we got a wall of TVs over here. Major League Baseball Network down lower right. Willie Adames, who I loved when he played with the Tampa Bay Rays, could not hit to save his life when he was with Tampa.
And he's doing videos on hitting right there.
Could not hit when he was with Tampa. Hit under 200, but such a great shortstop, they kept him in the lineup. And was up with bases loaded in the Dodgers World Series, it seemed like every game, and couldn't get a hit. He is now with the Brewers because the best prospect in baseball had to be called up from Tampa eventually and play shortstop, Wandell. And Adames now with the Brewers, hitting 295.
Yeah, probably got lazy.
Keep the commercial going, yes.
Back to Michelson. Yeah, absolutely. Hitting 295. Hitting 195 in Tampa, 295 in Milwaukee.
That's hard to believe.
Yeah, that's a big change of location is good for people.
I guess so. Maybe like hitting that boring dark dome you play in.
Yeah, he likes hitting in front of people.
That's right. Playing an airplane hangar in Milwaukee.
Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Whether you're in Tampa, Birmingham, or in Milwaukee, you can get a mortgage from Mortgage Right.
You can. How about Barrett never going back to Philly? Just ship my stuff.
Send it back home.
Hey, if you're looking to purchase or refinance a home, act now before those rates go on the rise. With locations nationwide, lending directly to home buyers, our friends at Mortgage Right remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring that fast, worry-free process. Visit mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
All right, 1 week from tonight, UAB. It's game week for UAB in Jacksonville State. Excited about that. Week 0 games coming up this week. Earlier in the first hour, Wimp Sanderson gave us his practice blue plate. He takes Fresno State minus 27.5 against UConn. When we come back, we've got some bold predictions that Brown has fault. He reads them out every year before the start of the season, and we react. We'll have a 3 and out coming up in the next segment as well. Plus, as we work towards Friday, remember, Friday is our Guaranteed Friday show. And if you're new to the show, that means 3 LT, 3 guarantees for the upcoming season. And you either tweet them in, you comment in, or you call us up with our phone number at 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. When we come back on the next round, those bold predictions in 3 and out. Stay with us.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the Next Round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The Next Round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The Next Round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
I'm Jim Dunaway, and one thing I've learned about ERA King Real Estate is they believe every client deserves to be represented by an expert. That's why they invest so much in technology and training for their agents. You can be sure that your local agent has experience in your market, up-to-the-minute real estate resources, and top-notch negotiating skills. Text MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King. They work hard to make home buying easy.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the Next Round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The Next Round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The Next Round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
Cowan Equipment has had the honor of providing heavy equipment solutions to Alabama contractors for more than 80 years now. With one of the largest and most diverse heavy equipment rental fleets in the Southeast, stocked by Volvo Construction Equipment, Takuchi Mini Excavators, track loaders and skid steers, Groove and Cabelco cranes, Doosan portable compressors and light towers, Indico breakers, and much more. Cowan is your one-stop shop for all your heavy equipment needs. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Call Cowan at 800-239-2694 or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades, 800-239-2694, or visit them online at cowan.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Rockstar, if I said the phrase prosthetic penis, what TV show would I be talking about?
TV show?
Yeah, a series.
Prosthetic?
I've got a guess.
Well, there was an episode of Friends that I think dealt with that, but I guess that's not what you're talking about.
White Lotus, the story coming up a little bit later on. Is that the part where Nancy was uncomfortable?
Yeah, the beginning.
Yeah.
The very first start of the episode.
That wasn't Steve Zahn's junk.
No, it wasn't, but it was wasn't well maintained either.
No.
Hey, speaking of that,
no.
Speaking of that part of anatomy, did you see where the kid from the Nirvana album cover is suing Nirvana now?
For child porn.
Yeah.
30 years later.
No,
30 years. Yes, he is. 100%.
Shut the door.
No, 100%.
It's for $2.5 million.
His parents have actually got to be the ones that approved that.
He said they never signed.
Oh, boy, everybody's looking for a quick grab.
Now, this is the 30-year anniversary of that album.
That's right.
And the 25-year anniversary of that album. He did interviews about it and everything. And now 5 years later, or 30
I will
years later,
say
he's upset.
It is probably, it's the most iconic album cover of my generation.
Yeah.
And maybe of all time.
Oh, it's got to be top 5.
No, I think Abbey Road, right?
Well, I mean, but top 5.
Top 5, easy though.
Is Abbey Road
of our generation? Yeah.
Is Abbey Road them walking across the street?
Yeah. That one may be the most iconic of all time, but that Nevermind album cover's right up there.
Okay, so whether you're on Twitter with us today at Next Round Live or in any of our chats, the most iconic album covers you can think of. Brown puts Nirvana right up there, maybe number 1. You go Abbey Road. Was Sgt. Pepper, was that a Wild album cover? I don't remember.
it was.
Yeah, they had the jackets.
They had all this stuff in there. Beatles had a bunch of the White Album.
Yeah,
just White. Black Album from Metallica, which there was graphics on it, but it was just. I saw, going back, John Bon Jovi did an interview. You know, "Slippery When Wet," the cover.
Oh yeah, that was an iconic one too.
He said that for some reason when they came out with that album, the sample of it for the guys, it was pink, and it was like writing in John Bon Jovi hated it, so he walked. There was a garbage bag that was like wet or something like that, so he just wrote in his fingers, "Slippery When Wet," and they took a picture of that.
But it worked.
Yeah, because he said, we're not doing a pink album.
The Eagles' greatest hits.
That's the one I was going to go with.
What is that? What do you call that?
The skull that's sitting in the sand?
It's like
it's a cow skull.
Yeah.
That was the one I was about to bring up, LT.
Yeah, no, that's pretty iconic, yeah.
Because I was about to say Hotel California, but that's just a night shot of a hotel.
Where is it at, though?
It's in California.
Oddly in Illinois.
Probably
That's
not.
Strangest thing.
Isn't the real Hotel California they're talking about in Mexico?
Oh, I don't know. Never.
Well, they've claimed it's not even really about the hotel, that they were singing about something else.
They're back on tour, by the way.
The Eagles are?
Yeah.
How is that possible?
No, it's
Vince
the 2021
Gill's
North American tour. I saw a commercial for it the other day.
Is it Vince Gill singing with them? And then
he's not with this round, I don't think.
So is it just Glenn Fry's kid? Is Glenn Fry's kid still fronting them?
A few Eagles.
It's not plural. It's just Eagles.
Glenn Fry ain't there.
Is it Glenn Fry's kid, or are they rolling out our Van Zant like other bands do?
I mean, if they can keep this money train going, why would you not do it? I mean, Don Henley's still obviously fronting it.
Hey, I told you guys can keep this train going after I die. I'm not going to haunt you.
Can we just leave you right there, stuff?
Hologram.
You don't even need me. You don't even need me. Hey, but you need Wayne's. Absolutely, you need Wayne's. They're the exclusive provider to the next round, whether we're talking about the lawn care, the pest control, mosquito treatments, which this is the first year I've ever done that. Love the mosquito treatment. Didn't get bit one time this year. Love, love, love that. Wayne's headquarters right here in Birmingham, but they're the exclusive provider for the entire next round team, all the way top of the heap from Brownie all the way down to LT on this side of the table, including me in the middle. And then in that room over there, they got Forrester and Rockstar as well. The entire team is covered. We trust them. You should too. Since 1973, world-class service every time from them, and they're all over the SEC footprint, from Knoxville down to Auburn and right here in central Alabama. Residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. And right now, if you use the promo code TNR, that's the initials for the next round, TNR, you get $60 off your initial EnviroPest service. 866-WAYNES-1 is the number, 866-WAYNES-1. And just great folks there. We trust them. You should too.
Hey, man, you got to worry about those army worms right now.
You do.
Yeah, I was out running this morning. One of my neighbors, otherwise perfect yard. I mean, Augusta National level. But you know what he got? Army worms. Patches everywhere. I feel bad for the guy. He's a perfect yard.
Nothing you can do about him at that point.
Except call Wayne's.
Yeah, Wayne's will prevent them from happening.
That's right.
Those army worms are
they're tough, man.
They're tough on that lawn. Jay says Fleetwood Mac rumors for him.
That's a good. Look close to Mick Fleetwood. His britches, what he's doing.
I'm going to have to look that up.
He was skinny then, wasn't he?
He was tall and skinny. He's like, what is he, like 6'8", 6'9"?
He's tall.
Jeremy goes Appetite for Destruction for him.
That's a great album cover. With the skulls of all the band members.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dave gives us Dark Side of the Moon.
That's iconic.
So
not a big Pink Floyd guy, but it is an iconic cover.
Mark gives us Van Halen, Child Smoking Cigarettes.
That's true. Was that 1984? Was that the Van Halen album with the child smoking the cigarette on?
No, I don't think.
I'm not sure what Mick Fleetwood is going for in that photo, Rockstar. You're right.
You brought up Black for
let me see.
Metallica. I thought Metallica Ride the Lightning is pretty iconic.
Yeah. Well, it's a shame. That was going to sound really old.
Probably need to finish that sentence.
It's a shame. I was going to say it's a shame.
I see the Clash London Calling, which is so awesome right there. But you know what movie I watched last night, Rocky?
What?
And I know these two haven't seen it. They would absolutely hate it. And the roommate again was pissed off, and she's like, "You are not choosing the movie." She says this every time. Sid and Nancy. Have you ever seen it, Rocky?
I have not, but they had a troubled relationship, didn't they?
Oh my God! I didn't realize Sid Vicious had such a short. I don't even want. I mean, he was with the Sex Pistols, but it really was for literally a minute. But boy, a troubled guy. But Gary Oldman as Sid Vicious was incredible.
Yeah. How long ago was that? 80s?
1986.
Yeah.
Courtney Love's in it.
Smuff gives us a Led Zeppelin self-titled, and the Who's Next. And Mark throws back with Van Halen 1984 is the one he likes the most.
That was 84, the kid smoking the cig.
Nolan Nat, Born in the USA, Springsteen for him. N. Miller, Nirvana, Nevermind cover.
I cannot believe that kid's
the one that got it started. Yeah,
it's amazing.
Yep.
I ain't a kid anymore.
Marcus goes with the Sgt. Pepper's Revolver. Beatles had a lot of them, iconic covers. Yeah, you miss that nowadays, right?
Well, that's what I was going to say earlier, that I said, I'm going to sound like a really old man. It's a shame they don't get album covers.
No, what
anymore.
I enjoyed was when you'd open the vinyl, because sometimes, what was actually the album cover to the vinyl inside, they would have like surprises in there. And sometimes they'd have the lyrics, extra artwork.
Well, the thing that me growing up with CDs and tapes, but CDs especially, is when you think of an album, if you think of Pearl Jam 10, I think Pink because of the album. If you think Nevermind, whenever I listen to that song, that album, I think of Blue and Green. If you listen to the Black Album, you think of what color the CD was or the cover was. Does anybody else have that?
I do not. I don't have that.
No, I told you both of my kids, they think colors with numbers. I forgot exactly what that's called. But like if you throw out
8,
then Jack will be like purple.
Interesting. I was thinking purple when you said that.
Were you really?
Yeah.
Well, maybe you have it.
Maybe I got it. I don't know.
What color is 7?
That's green.
I don't know. You'd have to ask him. So Brown might have it.
You go
just
green.
Green. I thought of green. I don't know why.
No, legitimately, and I've tested this with the kids. I've written it down, and then I'll go back a couple of months later. Same thing.
7 for me is crimson.
God, that's 1 through 10 for
I thought
me.
that was 17.
No, he's got Barker on the mind.
What is that number now,
touchdown,
Jimmy,
man.
Alabama?
It's 18.
Okay,
18.
Look at the tattoo, Lance.
We've got a couple of we got a new podcast that's about to drop in the Double Down Media family podcast. It's called Reading Between the Lines. It's on sports books and a couple of Alabama championship books. Brad Edwards and then Tommy Ford are the first 2 episodes of that podcast, Reading Between the Lines. Go to nextroundlive.com and we'll try to get those out before the season cranks up. Right now, though, let's crank out 3 and Out, a little Clemson flavor to this today, and it's brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tire.
Yes, it's still hot out in Alabama. You need to drop by any of those 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto for their AC checks to make sure you've got the fluids under the hood to stay cool behind the wheel. 4 locations and online, vulcantireandauto.com.
First down.
If I asked you more total touchdowns in 2021, DJ Uiagalelei or the combination of Trevor Lawrence and Deshaun Watson?
Could be 0 from Deshaun Watson is the tricky part of this.
Yeah, the weird thing is it's still just hanging out there.
I mean, who knows? Who really knows? I haven't watched a Texans preseason game.
The latest, obviously he's not playing. The latest I've heard is there's going to be a suspension, but they're not sure how long it's going to be. It's a delicate situation within the NFL.
Very.
So I actually think Deshaun might actually play this year.
Who is there
in Houston?
Who's their starter right now?
Tyrod Taylor.
Oh, that's right.
I think I'll go DJ because I don't think Trevor's going to get a ton. I mean, for a rookie,
25 touchdowns.
I was going to say 20 passing and then maybe a few more rushing for him.
Yeah, and Uiagalelei will run them in as well.
Yeah, but now if you get a full season out of Deshaun, they're going to win this thing.
He's your Heisman favorite, isn't he?
Yes, I think so.
And you had some Heisman odds that Brown will give us later on, but LT likes Clemson to be national champs and likes Uiagalelei as the Heisman Trophy winner this year. So obviously you think he'll have a big year.
I do, yes.
Second down.
More total wins this year, Clemson or the combination of South Carolina and North Carolina?
I mean, I think South Carolina is going to give you 3. I think North Carolina is probably going to give you 8 or 9.
I said 9, 12. We were same spot on there.
I mean, Clemson, Georgia's your swing game there because they're not going to lose an ACC game.
I'll go total here, too. I'll go bowl because you know South Carolina's not going to be there. North Carolina will be.
Give me a bowl and playoffs and everything? I'll definitely take Clemson then.
Because they'll get an ACC championship game and then a playoff game.
At least one.
So if they win the playoff game, that's 14. Win another one, 15. If they lose to Georgia, it's 13 or 14.
Right. North Carolina could easily win 10 games, though.
They could, but I'm going to go Clemson.
I would go Clemson.
Yeah.
Third down.
Who loses 2 regular season games first, Ohio State or Clemson?
Regular season games, we may be waiting a while, right?
Ryan Day's at 0 right now on that.
Brendan Marcello writes a good story today. He thinks Oregon has a one-game season this year, the Ohio State game, that if they fail in that game, that they will not be a playoff team, that everything around their season centers around upsetting Ohio State.
Oregon is not going to go undefeated in the Pac-12.
I would agree with Lance on that one. They seem to always find a loss.
There's a lot of parity there in the Pac-12. I understand that, but if they beat Ohio State, they could go unbeaten in the Pac-12. I'm going to say that Ohio State has 2 losses before Clemson does in the regular season.
Ohio State is going to run Oregon off the
You
field.
mean 2 losses in the same season, not the next 2 losses?
I'm
right?
just talking about, who actually has a 10-2 season first.
Yeah, I'm going to say Ohio State.
4th down.
What happens first? Tennessee beats Alabama or South Carolina beats Clemson?
Tennessee beats Alabama.
I think I'd go South. Oh, God, I don't know. That's a
Boy,
tough one
they
right there.
seem
Both
light
of them,
years away.
Yeah, both of them, though. I mean, not just South Carolina. Tennessee's light years away from beating Alabama.
I agree. I still will go with just the program of Tennessee.
Well, Paul's right. Back to the previous question, if we can hit the rewind button, Clemson does have a better chance of losing 2 regular season games because if he loses to Georgia and then drop 1 ACC game, which is possible, they don't play North Carolina this year, though.
Yeah, they don't play North Carolina, and they're only facing 1 ACC team with a winning record from last year. Clemson will be favored in double digits every game outside of Georgia.
I just feel like the history of Tennessee is greater than the history of South Carolina.
I don't think you can debate that.
And I do think the history of Alabama is greater than the history of Clemson.
Oh, you certainly can't debate that.
So I just feel like Tennessee will eventually upset Alabama before South Carolina upsets Clemson. I'm going to stick with my answer there.
I think I'll go South Carolina over Clemson. But
I'm going Tennessee.
Well, here's the only thing about Tennessee's. It's been 15 years now. 06 was their last win.
I think it was 07.
No, 07.
06,
Saban, it was Saban's first
That
year.
was a textbook game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was textbook 5. Yeah, so 06 was their last win, and here we are about to play 2020. So, I mean, 50. The odds eventually have to catch up there, don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, they do.
Yeah, I just, as bad as Tennessee is, I still think they're better than South Carolina right now.
Oh, I think so, too.
Bigger rivalry. I think if you can ever get that crowd back in Knoxville.
No, I agree.
I agree with you. I'll go Tennessee.
Yeah, Tennessee, too. That is 3 and out, and it is brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire.
Hey, as the kids are back in school or off at college, make sure they'll be safe on the road. Take their vehicle to any of the 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto to get a look at those brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, we'll get to those bold predictions coming up in our next segment and maybe at the top of the hour, one or the other. Interesting note from Texas A&M. They did name their starting quarterback earlier today, and Haynes King. He is QB1, redshirt freshman. They had $4,000 worth of equipment robbed from the football complex yesterday.
Inside job.
Yeah, it's got to be, right?
Yep, got to be.
Too many cameras, too many locks to get through.
People just aren't going to walk in. I mean, people around that facility know familiar faces.
And thanks to all the Tennessee fans who watch us on our platforms now, because yesterday I mistakenly said Hendon Hooker was leading the way in the Tennessee quarterback race. Overnight, Matt Zenitz of On3 Sports writes that Joe Milton, his sources are telling him, leading the way in the quarterback hunt there.
I bet you could see a lot of people play quarterback there this year.
Yeah, you could. Milton, we talked about it yesterday. The Milton looked good at times at Michigan.
Look, that first game against Minnesota last year, I thought he was great.
Yeah. Our friends in Greg from Pell City, he's great as well. Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City and the folks at Storm Restoration Roofing are some of the most respected roofing contractors in all of the Southeast. They have this warranty that is one of the best, if not the best, in the industry. And when you're talking about your roofing in your house, it's all about the warranty. I want to give you an opportunity right now, though, to get a free no-cost inspection. Greg Nelson is the guy with Storm Restoration Roofing. You can talk to him specifically by calling 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. That will get you a free no-cost inspection, no obligation or anything. Greg's such a nice guy. He'll come out. Obviously, he likes what we do here at the Next Round. He views us. He listens to us. And so you can talk sports with him while he's inspecting your roof. And he'll tell you whether or not you need new roof work done or not. And listen, it's not a money grab. He saved Rockstar thousands of dollars on his roof. He looked at my roof. I didn't need any work done. He said, hey, you don't need any work done. He'll be that honest with you. No cost inspection, 205-542-3531. You can also very simply contact him on Facebook as well. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg from Pell City with Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
A legendary coach once said, it's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win. Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the Next Round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The Next Round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The Next Round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join the Next Round Thursday night at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. The entire team will be there starting at 5 p.m. until close. The Next Round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus magnet schedules, souvenir cups, helmet schedules, and logo t-shirts while they last from Redmond Vodka and the Next Round. It's a great way to get ready for week 0, Thursday, 5 till close, the Next Round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
As the Tide embarks on their journey to the next title, celebrate with Daniel A. Moore's Tributes in Oil to the 2020 championship season. Unrivaled is Moore's commemoration of Alabama's national championship beatdown of the Buckeyes. And Heisman Heights portrays Devontae Smith's one-handed catch against LSU. Available individually or as a discounted championship season bundle. Visit DanielMooreArt.com or call 1-800-735-2787 to order your heirloom quality fine art print or canvas today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
The next round is sponsored by Mortgage Right. Looking to purchase or refinance a home? Act now before rates go on the rise. With locations nationwide lending directly to home buyers. Our friends at Mortgage Right removed the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring a fast, worry-free process. When it comes to mortgages, don't drive blind. Let the experts take the wheel. Visit MortgageRight.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. MortgageRight.com. NMLS ID 2239. Equal housing lender.
Working on some trade today, getting a little lunch for us right here. Friends with the next round. Looking forward to this upcoming holiday season. You see it on the big screen behind us. Our friends at Bromberg's, great place to always get a gift. LT will tell us about Bromberg's a little bit later on in the show. But at the top of the hour, Brown's going to walk us through the bold predictions. A couple NFL notes here. Travis Etienne, yesterday news comes down, he's out for the season. That mid-foot fracture or sprain ended up being a little worse than they thought on game night. So he is absolutely out for the year.
Yeah, when we had heard when he was drafted 25th overall, Urban Meyer said, I'm going to utilize him like Percy Harvin. He's that type of athlete. And based on what we saw throughout his collegiate career, the all-time ACC leading rusher, I thought he was going to be an impact guy from day one. The good news is for Jacksonville, you don't have the versatility of ETN, but you've got James Robinson. You've got a 1,000-yard back coming back.
Urban Meyer just officially announced that Trevor Lawrence will be your starter week 1 against the Cowboys.
Thank you, Captain Obvious.
Or they're playing the Cowboys this week. I don't know who they're playing week 1. I think they're playing the Cowboys the preseason this week. So he has announced him starter for week 1. He had been saying Gardner Minshew wasn't out of the race, Dunaway. But, boy, that's a tough injury because that offense – it needs all the help it can get.
Lynn Bowden Jr., also out for the season, the former Kentucky star with the Dolphins. He's on the IR and done for the year. A pretty serious hamstring injury for him, costing him the year. Kyle Rudolph is back with the Giants. Our buddy Carson Tinker got cut, one of the most recent cuts for the New York Giants. Long snapper there. Robert Foster getting cut from Miami. Part of the cut list that's happening this week. Auburn just named Owen Popo and Chandler Wooten as their permanent captains this year down there. Brian Hartson tweeting that out about an hour ago, and that's updated on some of our moves happening right now in college football. You can make a move to the University of Montevallo, your son or daughter who's getting ready for that next part of their growth, moving on in their educational endeavors. Maybe it's you. Maybe you want to go back to school. But if not, your son and daughter, it's time to think about montevallo.edu and scheduling that in-person tour. It's my school. My daughter's in school there. Multi-million-dollar facility when it comes to the School of Fine Arts there. Great theater department down there. 21 Division II scholarship sports there, including esports. And they've also got bass fishing there, one of the best bass fishing teams in all of the country, and all of your traditional sports at the University of Montevallo as well, and a path to whatever you want to pursue as well. 75 majors, and that list is growing every year. Learn what the U.S. News and World Report says, one of the top educations you can get for the price. Also, Southern Living calls it one of the most beautiful campuses in the South. All that at the University of Montevallo. Check them out online, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. All right, 1 week from tonight, we're into football. We've got games this weekend, Nebraska and Illinois, Hawaii, UCLA, and Wimp's pick Fresno State over UConn. Already Barrett Jones and Wimp on the show. Eric Mac Lain in the final hour talking about Clemson, who's our 40-40 team today. And Brown asked an interesting question. Does the winner of Clemson and Georgia ascend up to being number one in the country? Do they jump Alabama? Do they become number one, the winner of that game? And what do they have to do to be number one?
And that's the question I saw asked on Twitter. What would have to be, let's just assume for purposes of this conversation, because there are two factors. What does Alabama do to Miami? Yep. Let's assume, what's the spread on the Alabama-Miami game?
18.5.
All right, let's assume Alabama wins that game by 20. All right, let's go 41-21. I don't care. 42-21, whatever you want to make it. Alabama wins that game by 20. What is there anything?
No.
And I saw this being asked. Is there? You don't think there's anything that
Clemson could
Georgia
win 63-3. Georgia could win 63-3. Alabama wins by 20 points. Alabama,
you got to be kidding me now.
No.
63-3. That's going to be such a decisive win. That's going to be hard to ignore that.
Well, what if Alabama only wins by 14? What if
well,
they don't
that's
cover?
different. Yeah, I mean, I think if Miami at least keeps it somewhat close and there's a semblance of a game into the second half, and then Clemson or Georgia was to completely blow out the other. I think more so with Clemson, because right now Clemson's 2 in the coaches, they're 3 in the AP. Georgia right now sitting at 5th.
It'd be more AP because the coaches traditionally are hesitant of jumping teams that don't lose. I mean, you would have to be super impressive. The AP would be more likely to do it, but they're way behind in the AP first place votes. You'd have to swing a lot of votes.
The media is more of a free-thinking society over there.
They are, but keep in mind, and this is not something to be ignored, I don't think they should jump Alabama. I think Alabama is the number 1. If Alabama beats Miami by a significant margin, Alabama should stay number 1. Keep in mind, most of your national writers that vote will be at that Clemson game.
They will.
Now, it's not all national writers that vote. It's actually a lot of regional guys that vote that cover a specific team.
But they'll be watching at 2:30, Alabama, Miami.
But they'll be at the game.
They get to settle in and watch Georgia, Clemson with all that big pregame hype. So we'll make that a poll question. You can get that as well at Next Round Live, and more discussion of that as we move out. Part of our show is being brought to you by the great folks at Odie's. You guys have plans tonight. Everybody on the show but me and Forrester.
Rockstar, it is
trivia without Dunaway.
Yep, every Wednesday night. It's funny. Like Dunaway's like, hey, look, I defer to Brown. Brown can do this all the time, and then he does it one time, and it's like you feel like you're being left out.
No. I was just pointing out that Forrester and I will not be there. Don't show up.
Forrester might be there
to see me. Come see these guys.
Forrester, are you going to be there tonight? Possibly.
No, he says no.
He says no. Okay, anyway, every Wednesday night, Odie's Team Trivia, 8 o'clock, we'll get started. Come see us, Birmingham Institution. Enjoy some of that great food. Get there a little early. Sit out on the patio. Enjoy some Major League Baseball, the burgers, the award-winning wings, great sandwiches. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Again, Odie's Team Trivia every Wednesday night. Come see me, Brownie, Rocky. We'll be there. And, of course, any day, stop by for lunch or dinner. See Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern in Crestline Village.
Bold predictions on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
The Next Round kickoff will be at Walk-Ons on August 26th. Join the entire Next Round team starting at 5 p.m. We'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmont Vodka. The Next Round kickoff Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off Highway 280 and 119.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the Next Round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The Next Round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmont Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The Next Round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
Think about this scenario for 1 second. You get out of bed in the morning, walk in a room, the first thing you feel is water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. You may think your first call is the insurance company. You're wrong. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Your first call is DryTech Water Restoration. They respond quickly. They'll reply within 20 minutes. Likely, you're talking to an owner. DryTech Water Restoration does not work for the insurance company. They work for the customer. Remember this website, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com and DryTech Water Restoration.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans. They offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the Next Round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The Next Round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The Next Round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
That's right, Hour 3 of the Next Round, presented by our friends at Bud Light, Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio, and this hour, every day, brought to you by Champy's Chicken. Win your tailgates this season with Champy's world-famous fried chicken in my birthplace, my hometown of Alabaster, Alabama, right there on 119. And anywhere in Chattanooga, North Alabama, where you come across a Champy's fried chicken. But the one I love to tell you about is right there in 119 in Alabaster. Go by there and tell everybody, hey, I was listening to the Next Round. They tell me the best Mississippi Delta homemade tamales are right here. Got a little heat to them as well. Delicious tasting. Also, the traditional bone-in chicken plates that you can get. Po' boys, the best chicken tenders for your tailgate or just sitting at home watching football. And, of course, chicken on a stick, like you're going to a game in Starkville or something like that. All of that and more. You can see the menu online at champy'schicken.com, champy'schicken.com. Your headlines this hour, the Alliance announcing yesterday really nothing. I mean, real quickly, just we don't want to spend a show talking about it because it's pretty boring. But I thought it was very condescending of Kevin Warren to talk about the Big Ten and the ACC and the Pac-12 and integrity, trying to save the integrity of the game, trying to do this and that, looking down his nose. That's a conference, if you remember, that had Woody Hayes, one of their iconic coaches, punch a guy, a Clemson player, in the throat to end his career, right?
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
Well, I don't think it was a throat punch. Wasn't it a chest punch?
No, I thought he hit him in the throat.
It's what you remember Woody Hayes for. That is what I remember him for.
He struck a player.
Yeah, he did.
Wherever he did, okay? Bobby Knight, everything he was accused of with his own team.
He did go for the throat.
Yes.
Or throwing a chair. The despicable acts that were covered up in Penn State and Michigan State. And you're going to sit there on a Zoom call and say that the Big Ten's about integrity and such like that, and you're looking down your nose at the Southeastern Conference that it's about more than sports. Oh, it was such bullcrap. That whole thing was bullcrap. It was boring, and it was bullcrap. I had to turn it off quickly. That being said, they didn't announce anything. There's not even a contract. There's no written agreement. They didn't do a schedule. They didn't do anything.
I wasted time reading multiple articles on the alliance this morning, and I was telling you guys pre-show prep that I just completely zone out.
Yeah, it's boring. There's no doubt it's boring. However, there has been some notable legal notification today. According to Brett McMurphy, that the ACC, Big Ten, and Pac-12 have been warned that the alliance could be legal to collaborate on the future of athlete compensation.
Right. That's called collusion.
So they have been warned by a law firm already that you might be headed down a road you don't want to head down legally.
I got a crisp $1 bill to be a much cheaper version of Reese Davis and Chris Fowler here. A crisp $1 bill that law firm is somewhere in the SEC footprint.
Oh, gosh, I just closed it. I can tell you exactly where they are if you'll give me 2 seconds. I just closed. I was reading the letter from Brett McMurphy.
Yeah.
The only thing I gathered as you're looking that up, Brown,
Chicago.
Is it Chicago?
Yeah.
But he's an SEC. I bet he's a Georgia grad.
He could be. Georgia law.
No, the only thing I gathered is scheduling is what is really important to those guys, and you can't poach from each other's conference.
But that's what it's about. You don't want to lose anybody else to the SEC or the ACC saying, well, if we're going to go strengthen things up, can we do this? Or can the Big Ten go and take this team from the ACC? Like, I personally believe North Carolina and Duke would be good pickups for the SEC or the Big Ten. Now, obviously, they're charter members of the ACC and have shown no indication of wanting to leave. But if you're looking to the ACC for anything that would be interesting to pick up from the Big Ten and the SEC, who are the alpha dogs in the room, it's North Carolina and Duke because of the television markets you bring in Charlotte and Raleigh-Durham and the growth that is happening in Raleigh-Durham and Charlotte still to this day. That's two growing television markets, two growing media markets, and a state and fan base that doesn't have an SEC or Big Ten footprint yet. Those two would interest me.
Yeah, see, I would rather have the Florida State and Clemson just for the football angle.
Yeah, but you're talking specific football and not eyeballs and advertising dollars and all that. If you're the Big Ten and you're the SEC, to increase your television practice, I think North Carolina and Duke would be somewhere to. If I was the ACC, those would be the two I'd be protecting. If we were doing a big college football game of risk, I would have all my army stacked around North Carolina and Duke protecting those puppies right there.
Did you guys ever play Risk?
Oh, I used to love it.
I never did.
Did you like it, Dunaway?
Yeah, me and a guy named Tim Cooley back in Alabaster, we'd have games that would last forever. You'd have other people, but it would always come down to Tim and I.
Now, Risk was a long game. I do remember that.
It was. I enjoyed having South America and I think Africa. I think those were the two that you could protect the easiest. And in South America was always a good place. I think you only had 2 entry points.
I'm glad you had
South
somebody
America.
involved in that game because there was a lot of alone time for young James Dunaway.
Yeah, well, I had my own Nerf league, my own baseball league.
You told me.
You got to take a break from all that work and play a game.
Occasionally, I'd have excuse me. Batman, we meet again. I mean, go check a mystery.
No, between your leagues though, and playing Risk with Cooley and battling Brad Cock for
second base.
Playing trying to get to second base.
It's all good. Hey, Cowan Equipment poll questions are out there. We got a handful of those, so you can learn more about Cowan Equipment online, and LT will tell you more about them right now.
Hey, they are proud to partner with the Next Round on their new venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us, cowan.com, to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental to new equipment sales to superior service and products. Make sure you visit them online today. Go to cowan.com.
Better chance of happening a rec team over WNBA stars, or a rec hoops team over WNBA stars, or a rec hockey team over the women's national team.
Yeah, and those are men's rec teams versus the women.
68% say the rec hoops team over the WNBA stars.
Yeah, see, I've never seen a rec hockey team, but we have played against some of these rec men's league teams where you've got ex-players from Montevallo and Sanford and guys, actually Arkansas. Alex Dillard played in our league. You get a collection of those guys, they would smoke a WNBA team, in my opinion.
But like rec, my buddy John plays rec hockey down at Pelham right now, and I watched the women's Team USA play in the World Championships. Saw the highlights last night on SportsCenter. Maybe you did too. the WNBA is closer to the men's game in basketball than women's professional hockey or women's Team USA hockey is to men's hockey.
Yeah, I
Just
wouldn't
so
disagree
slow,
with that.
so slow developing. I think rec league hockey could beat the women's hockey faster than rec league basketball could beat the WNBA.
Assuming Alabama beats Miami, is there any Georgia-Clemson outcome that could vault that winner to number one? 64% say no, 36% say yes. David comments and says a strong showing would move them to a strong second. Clemson's already second in one, third in the other. That would help Georgia more if they had the strong
Yeah,
second.
I think whoever wins that game probably is going to be number two.
Probably too. Yeah, probably so.
Bold predictions time. Brown has an article. We do this pretty regularly when somebody comes with bold predictions. And what we usually end up doing is we give our own thoughts about the prediction, but inevitably there's 8 of them, Brown tells me. 3 times, I'll go 3.5 is the over-under, where Lance says, that's not really a bold prediction.
Lance's favorite thing is to say the writer is not bold enough about this.
Well, I don't understand why you just don't come with predictions for the 2021 season. A bold prediction should be a bold prediction.
I think some of these are bold, actually, to be honest with you.
So Brown
I'll tell you the ones that are bold. How about
Brown reads them off. We react to them right now. You do it as well in all the chat rooms and on Twitter at Next Round Live.
All right, it's from Chris Hummer, 24/7 Sports. I find this one bold, Lance. Ole Miss ends the season in the top 10.
Yeah, that's bold.
That's bold.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on that?
I mean, to end the season in the top 10, they're going to have to go. They're going to have 10 wins.
11-2, 10-3.
Yeah. I think 10-3 probably gets
I guess
them
10-2 regular season
in the top 10.
Yeah.
Look, right now they're starting 25th in the coaches poll. Yeah, they go 10-2. They're going to be in the top 10. I think that's bold.
Okay, pull up their schedule, somebody. If they win all their games except for Alabama and Texas A&M.
I mean, that's the only 2 they can afford to lose, I would say.
That's 10-2, and 2 teams who are probably ranked ahead of them at the end of the year there.
Well,
who do they beat?
They're going to be undefeated going into the Alabama game. They're not beating Alabama. Arkansas, they're going to be favored. They're going to be favored at Tennessee.
I mean, they don't have a ton of great wins if their 2 losses are Alabama and Texas A&M, but if they don't get blasted in those games and that's their only 2 losses, I could see them being in the top 10.
Really surprised, though, when you look at LSU, at Auburn, and at Mississippi State if they win all 3 of those games. I think they lose one of those. They lose the other 2. I think they're 9-3. Maybe 10-3 with a bowl, though.
You'll care less about this one. I actually don't think this is bold when you
really
look
quickly.
at their schedule.
Chris says in the chat that he thinks they beat either Alabama or Texas A&M. Ole Miss upsets one of those teams this year. He's high
and
on
I am on the record saying I think Alabama will actually beat Ole Miss worse this year than they beat them last year. I mean, I think last year was 15. I think they'll beat them worse this year.
Yeah. People forget that was a 15-point game.
They do because
so
it didn't play that way. I mean, it was not like a start to finish 15-point game. It was a back and forth game.
You were uncomfortable as an Alabama fan that entire game.
Yeah, I remember watching it, never thinking Alabama was going to lose, but wondering, are they going to have the ball last to win? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like, I never thought Alabama was going to lose that game because Ole Miss was not stopping them. He says, Chris Hummer of 24/7 Sports, that Coastal Carolina will go undefeated. I'll spare you the time of breaking down their schedule. They will not play anybody ranked, so if they go undefeated, it's not going to matter.
It's one game.
App State?
That's the only game I see them being able to lose.
Yeah, at App State.
Yeah. So I think there's a really good chance they go undefeated.
I mean, their non-conferences, Citadel, Kansas, at Buffalo, and UMass. I think I could coach them to wins in some of those.
Jamie Chadwell will get a job if they go undefeated.
I kind of thought he would last year, too.
I don't know. I just feel. I mean, they got talent, man. They got talent back. Quarterbacks back. They won some clutch games last year down the stretch. That quarterback had some late drives that were important in the fourth quarter. I could see them, but I got a feeling they lose to
I thought Grayson McCall, from the minute I saw him against Kansas, really good quarterback. I mean, you think about 26 touchdowns, 3 picks last year.
All these Group of 5 teams can't repeat what they did last year. I mean, you're riddled with a lot of people thinking Liberty's going to be good, that obviously Cincinnati's going to be good at the top.
Yeah, but if they're not playing each other. Now, in the American, it's a little bit different with Cincinnati and Central Florida and teams like that.
Yeah, but Liberty, Coastal, and Louisiana, App State, all these teams cannot be at the bottom of the top 25 when it's all said and done, I don't think.
No, I think they can all win 10 games.
Yeah. Somebody will slip back.
His Chris Hummer 24/7 Sports, he calls these bold predictions. It's not entirely bold, but he says Arizona State wins the Pac-12 South. I think it's a pretty wide open division
There's 3 teams that can win it: USC, Arizona State, and Utah. I would go Utah right now, but Arizona State's got an elite quarterback in Jaden Daniels, and I don't think that's not bold at all.
It's not bold, but let me say this: if you were to do the odds, if you were to do Lance's Vegas odds, you would. I think you would have Utah 1, USC 2, and Arizona State 3.
I would play actually USC 1. I would have.
Arizona State would be 3rd, though, in your odds.
Probably, but it's all really, really tight. I mean, you look right now in the top 25, USC's 15, Utah's 24, Arizona State's 25. That is not bold at all.
Our bold prediction show is Friday here. We call it Guarantee Friday. It's this Friday. I hope you guys are prepared for that, and we'll send you some reminders out on social media. I like Arizona State to win the South Division and then lose to either Oregon or Washington in the Pac-12 championship game.
He's got a list here of true freshman quarterbacks you're going to see this season. He starts by pointing out that it appears right now, at least in week 0 and week 1, there will not be a single true freshman starting quarterback at a Power 5 school. That's a little hard to believe.
So not one single true freshman, because today is a redshirt freshman named at Texas A&M.
That's right. That's what he says. According to Chris Hummer, 24/7 Sports, and all the Power 5, as it stands right now, he can't find a week 0, week 1 true freshman starter.
Okay.
That's a little difficult to believe, though. I mean, the way true freshmen have played, as he points out, you saw 3 of them play pretty well last year, varying levels of well. Uyang Lele, Luke Doty, and Harrison Bailey started multiple games.
Doty's out of his cast now, starting his rehab to come back, but they will not be without him for most. They'll be without him for a lot of the start of the season.
But Lance, he says all these guys, these 3 guys are so good, their coaches have to find a way to get them on the field. Even not in blowouts, in actual game time. Ty Thompson at Oregon. Anthony Brown's your starter there, but he says Thompson, everybody thinks is the future.
Well, we had Luganville on the show last week, and he was talking about Anthony Brown, not concerned that Anthony Brown can't be a productive quarterback, but concerned that he can stay on the field health-wise.
Ty Buckner of Notre Dame. He says, look, Jack Cohn, I think, is a really good quarterback, but he's a one-year guy. No matter what happens, he's a one-year guy.
Already been named the starter for this year, but if you're going to be good after him, you want to get him some seat time this year.
And Brian Kelly's one of those guys that wants to go with a quarterback with a lot of experience, and Buckner probably afraid of early turnovers. I do believe that Notre Dame's going to lose multiple games this year. Maybe that opens the door to start him sooner than later.
And he says Quinn Ewers, Ohio State. Now, he says C.J. Stroud's not even draft eligible. I mean, he's going to be back next year, but his point is, do you really think a guy that bypassed his senior year in high school so he could capitalize on NIL is going to sit and wait?
Yep.
Or is he going to transfer? You think he will? That long?
I think he's going to sit this whole year, it would be my opinion. To me, back to our 3-and-out question, LT, if yours is getting significant playing time, if he starts a game, then Ohio State may have lost 2 games.
Maybe, and then C.J. Stroud would be the guy that would transfer out. What Ewers needs to realize is we've brought this up. Justin Fields, in a lot of blowouts last year, threw every single pass for the Buckeyes. C.J. Stroud only had a couple of reps last year.
It's hard for me to believe if he gets 0 snaps this year, he sticks around. Because, again, C.J. Stroud isn't even draft eligible, I don't think, till after 2023.
Yeah, but you could be you could be Tua Tagovailoa, what he was at Alabama his freshman year.
Hard to Silicon.
That you're there and everyone's watching him practice. Dang, he's good.
He's good. Tua at least got snaps in games.
Yeah, he got snaps.
Yeah, I mean, if this guy doesn't get any snaps,
they were mop up until the national championship game.
He says, number 4, Chris Hummer, 24/7 Sports, bold predictions: Wisconsin, Ohio State as for a playoff spot. Obviously, not a shock with Ohio State. Oh, you agree?
I agree
with Wisconsin then. You like the Big Ten?
No,
I do.
That would be in the Big Ten championship game.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see that. Not that bold.
Yeah, I think I had Wisconsin in my top 10. I mean, right now they're 12 in the coaches poll.
Chris Hummer, 24/7 Sports, also says your top pass rusher in the nation is Alabama's Will Anderson.
Disruptive, trouble, problems. That's the way he's being described in scrimmages right now.
He says no disrespect to Kayvon Thibodeau at Oregon or DeMarvin Leal and many others, but I think this is your best guy in the country. And I know you like him. You like Will Anderson,
I could
too.
definitely see that.
Yeah. Not so bold.
No. But, I mean, I guess it is if you're covering college football in L.A.
Well, I think most people would say Kayvon Thibodeau.
Miami, yeah, most people would.
The Heisman finalists, the 3 Heisman finalists, C.J. Stroud, Ohio State.
Incorrect.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
DJ Uiagalelei. Yes. I think I've said it different every time. And Bryce Young. Those are his 3 Heisman finalists.
Bryce Young would surprise me.
Bryce would surprise me. CJ would surprise me. I have a feeling that Iowa State's Breece Hall will be there.
I would think if it's anybody from Ohio State,
I think it'll be
Brock
DJ
Purdy.
and Spencer Rattler.
You know, what is hard to believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I might just be missing this, the last Ohio State quarterback to win a Heisman Trophy was Troy Smith, right?
I'll go with that.
All right.
Okay. So you look at these incredible Ohio State offenses over the last decade plus, because that was 15 years ago. You look at Dabo's quarterbacks at Clemson. You look at Nick Saban's quarterbacks at Alabama. They have all combined yet to win a Heisman Trophy.
That is true.
Yeah. I mean, but Deshaun Watson, he was good enough to be a Heisman Trophy winner that year.
Yeah.
Didn't win it, but he was good.
Well,
he was Vince Young-esque.
Mac was good enough last year to be one.
Mac was good enough.
Justin Fields was good enough last year in an abbreviated season to win one.
And his final prediction, not entirely bold, Oklahoma wins the national title. He's got the Sooners winning the title.
That was my pick. I mean, there's a lot of, in the Hummers thing there we agree with. Oklahoma winning the national championship and Arizona State winning the Pac-12 South.
I think Charles Barkley on the show last week, I think he's got Oklahoma.
He picked Oklahoma as well.
How does that make you feel about that pick, that Barkley's on it?
Feels like Oklahoma's not going to win the national championship.
What if you add in if Barkley and Dunaway both are on it?
Oh, that was one of the reasons I said that.
They'll be lucky to win the Big 12 at that point, right?
Bold predictions right there from 24/7 Sports, and it's brought to you in part by our friends at Nut Dust. And we'll be talking to the folks at Nut Dust about some guarantees on Friday. We'll have the owner of Nut Dust on the show with us.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Again, you can see the bottle right there. There is body powder, and then there is Nut Dust, clean, all-natural, 100% talc-free body powder for men and women. It's born from necessity by 2 kilt-wearing Scots who knows what's what when it comes to keeping your essentials clean and dry. Nut Dust offers a powder that will make sure you never need to use a clumpy and chalky body powder again. Available in 2 sizes. This is one right here. 4 great scents. I've got the Wildling. If you put in the code NR20, and Chris told me yesterday, a lot of the Next Round listeners are doing exactly that. You're going to get 20% off.
20% off.
20% off your entire
virtually
purchase.
Free.
Yeah. So think about the stocking stuffer. I mean, holidays, I hate to say this. This will depress Brown right around the corner.
Why does that depress me? I love the holidays.
Because, football season is really
that
rapidly
does
going on.
depress me, yes.
Anyway, buy a bunch of this, stocking stuffers,
Yeah,
keep it around
great.
the house. You'll love it. NR20 is your code. Put it in. 20% off, officialnutdust.com.
Listen, a couple of things on that. When snow falls, it's a light snow. What's that called?
A dusting.
A dusting, right? And what do you like around the holidays? Nuts. It all works together. It's a great holiday gift right there.
Nuts are good year round.
Is that just the holidays for you?
Yeah.
Trash is next with a Trash with LT on the other side of that. And Rockstar, before he does trash, I will tell you what's returning to the Applebee's menu.
Oh, God, I don't think I can wait.
Tell me it's a salsa club roll-up.
I don't think I can wait.
Tell me it's a salsa club roll-up.
Are the bartenders still going to wear the referee shirts?
Yeah.
It is next on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1, and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service. At AmFirst, you always come first. Ryan Brown here for the next round. This is especially true in the AmFirst Summer of Freedom. That's why AmFirst is offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever, because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit amfirst.org/promotions. This is available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply, AmFirst is an equal housing lender, NMLS 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase is necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit amfirst.org.
If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain two things. One, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face to face and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Buying a house is stressful. Selling your home is stressful. It is an emotional process leaving your home where you raised your family and moving to a home of your dreams. You need a realtor who will help you buy with confidence and sell with success. That realtor is Holly Mack Wilson. She is an experienced realtor who often gets her clients' home sold quickly and usually for more than the asking price. Call Holly Mack Wilson. Let her help you buy with confidence and sell with success. 205-901-9446. 205-901-9446.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Caliber Sports in Homewood. Caliber is an elite hunting store in Homewood, fit for any adventure. Caliber offers high-end specialty products you won't find anywhere else in the Southeast. World-class firearms, whether you're looking for old world charm or modern power and precision, our friends at Caliber have you taken care of. Men's and women's apparel, outdoor gear, and brands such as Gentel, Duckhead, Orvis, Onward Reserve, and more. Stop by, see Jake and the great staff at Caliber Sports in the heart of Homewood. For more information, caliberxl.com.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
Last week I saw Lenardi's early projection for the NCAA basketball tournament. We're excited about what UAB, Auburn, and Alabama, Samford with Bucky, and everybody's doing basketball here in the area. Had 8 SEC teams in it. Had Alabama as a 4 seed, Auburn as a 6 seed. Had UAB in as an automatic qualifier, winning Conference USA as a 12 seed. So that's Lenardi's look at the projected NCAA basketball tournament. All the way up into March, and we'll be following that throughout the upcoming basketball season here on the Next Round. Also want to remind you that if you're like a lot of people out there, maybe you've had problems sleeping lately, your energy's been down, just not the same, your workout's not what they used to be, your libido's not exactly where you want it to be, your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. Great medical professionals there. A clean, hospitable environment. I had a chance to swing by and visit everybody at Alabama's Men's Clinic. It's a fantastic location right there in Homewood, serving all of Central Alabama. You can go by, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, that visit is free. That first visit is free. You can set up the appointment by calling 205 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect of low T is depression. And unfortunately, a lot of us men, we wait longer than a year, 2 years, before we even get our testosterone checked. Don't wait that long. They've got an answer for you. They got a solution at Alabama Men's Clinic. Again, that number, 205-598-7000, or one play away at alabamamensclinic.com, alabamamensclinic.com. Before trash on the table, Rockstar, edge of your seat. I know it. I can see you.
I couldn't talk during the break. You saw that I was furious. What is it? Please.
The country hit is Fancy Like. And if you are a country music person, you've heard this song over and over. If you're on TikTok, you have seen the videos over and over. It's Fancy Like. And in the process, they mentioned going to Applebee's and getting the Oreo cookie shake at Applebee's. The TikTok sensation dance video off of that country hit Fancy Like has been so overwhelming that Applebee's is bringing back the Oreo cookie shake.
Smart on their part.
Yeah, good for them. Every time I've heard that song, I got to immediately turn it. Rockstar, you would die.
That's why I couldn't tell you what it is, and I love that about me.
Absolutely die. It's worse than the dude that walks up to the microphone. What was that guy's name?
The guy that walks up to the microphone.
What was the country song?
Sam Hunt.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's worse than that song. 10 times worse, actually.
I did get to see the video for Watermelon Sugar, and it's really uncomfortable.
What do you think that's about?
I don't know.
The one where he's eating watermelon with beautiful women all around and juice is running everywhere?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a little awkward.
Apparently, Broadway's seen it as well.
I've got it on repeat in my house. Let's do trash with LT right now. Hit it, Rockstar.
Tim Peeler thought he was calling coyotes.
Instead of them, him. This thing was 10 foot tall. He had beautiful hair.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, if you're looking to purchase or refinance that home, you need to act now before the rates go on the rise. With locations nationwide, lending directly to homebuyers, our friends at Mortgage Right remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring that fast, worry-free process. Visit mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. NMLS 2239. We start first in Kennewick, Washington. Staff at a jail in South Central Washington State have come up with an inexpensive but effective way to encourage inmates to get the COVID vaccine.
Okay.
You guys want to guess?
Well,
Oreo shakes.
They're inmates, so I mean, like an extra hour in the yard might do it.
I'll give you a hint. It's one of the most popular commissary items.
Pack of cigs.
They have.
Pack of cigarettes.
It's not the pack of cigs. It's a good guess.
Rita Hayworth.
It's a Snickers.
It is ramen noodles.
Wow.
By Monday, the jail will have given out 900 packs of noodle soup to 90 inmates. Kind of a cheap way for them to do this, too.
It kind of is. Man, ramen noodles?
I wonder if the commissary actually jacks that price up on the ramen noodles.
Yeah, I don't know, because you can buy 6 packs for
nothing.
Less than $1.
Yeah.
Well, can I ask you an uncomfortable question?
Please.
In my jail, where do I make my ramen noodles?
And that steel toilet that doesn't have the lid.
Right. Got to heat that
I
toilet
really
up
don't know.
first with your lighter.
Where you do your moonshine.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to take out
Your
my
hooch.
Yeah,
I got to take out my toilet hooch.
No.
And put in some fresh water.
They got a common area. I happened to watch. God, do you remember the name, Rockstar, of the show? It was on your viewing. I mean, it was in Gadsden.
It's called 60 Days In or something
60
like that.
Days In, it was in Gadsden. I tried to watch a couple episodes, and it was pretty annoying.
Well, what they do is you're in your cell, I think, just at night. Then you're in a common area.
Right. They got a
pretty
common
much
area.
all day, and you just walk around doing stuff. So you have phones, you can eat dinner, you can eat food. I'm sure they have microwaves and stuff.
But I remember when
they
they
stand there.
when they would get their commissary, you didn't want to order too much because you didn't want to become a target. Like you just had to order just enough to get by.
You know, it would be a great reality show if 1 or 2 prisons would allow a bar in their prison. And then you could actually have the reality show after the prisoners go hang out at the bar for an hour.
Blackout drunk.
How do you think? How do you think it would end?
Are you hitting on me?
Not good.
And you can't serve cans there. It's got to be all bottles.
Oh my.
Anyway, so it has been advertised as soups for shots.
That is a good tagline.
I said it's been popular.
Yeah. It's a cheap trade-off, man.
Police, with the help of doctors, have successfully deployed an unusual technique to retrieve a gold chain that a thief had swallowed after a failed attempt to run away with it. I don't think the thief's going to like this. Incident happened on this past Saturday night. Doctors force-fed laxative and bananas.
Oh,
And bananas.
Jim?
To the chain snatcher who had reportedly swallowed a gold chain in an attempt not to get caught by the police. I'd rather get caught than swallow
Yeah,
the gold
just
chain.
passing that thing.
Ugh.
Can you see the court case, though? Exhibit A, and everybody's holding it barely with a glove and 2 fingers. Here's Exhibit A.
I don't want my chain back, do you?
I do not.
Okay, apparently Eddie Murphy's got some financial problems. He has to.
Really? Eddie's a spender, huh?
New movie?
Well, okay, so Coming to America 2, that was in the works forever.
I
So
didn't see it. How is it?
I never saw it either.
I made 15 minutes.
Yeah, heavily criticized.
bad.
I'll
Heavily
say
criticized.
this when our buddy C. Stu, whose favorite actor is Eddie Murphy, told me it was bad.
Wasn't his favorite movie Norbit?
He liked Orbit.
Well, the thing is that Coming to America was so iconic and it was rated
Yeah.
R. I think this is barely a PG-13. So it's just not good.
This is why it tells me that Eddie Murphy might have financial issues. I could be wrong. Netflix is on a roll with starting production on almost a dozen big movies right now. Beverly Hills Cop 4 is one of these movies. Fans will see Eddie Murphy reenact his role as Axel Foley.
Can you do the laugh, Rockstar?
That's good. Now, California's Film and TV Tax Credit program revealed a total of 23 new projects to be filmed in the state this month. This includes 10 studio movies. One is an unnamed biopic, The Lives of John Lennon and Yoko Ono, for Universal Studios.
Well, it does not interest me.
Do you guys remember they were promoting Netflix was releasing a original movie like once every week or something like that? And there was one with Leonardo DiCaprio. Do you not?
I don't remember that.
He's in an airplane. I'm just curious what that is. I remember seeing that was one of the big trailers.
Don't you have the picture of the was it Life magazine of Yoko and John Lennon laying in bed naked above your bed?
Yes.
Above your bed.
Is it above your bed? Really?
Well, it's been above my bed. There's a smaller print in the bathroom. It's just because you have to be reminded constantly, and I have things like say imagine, and I do.
Hey, Kyle says real quick, going back to the prison story, they do have microwaves. He says in the Fed though, they have a spout that puts out water that is 190 degrees. It does not seem like a good idea.
No.
Squeeze the juice.
Federal prison is for white collar, though, right?
No,
that's for
Federal prison's like the big stuff.
Yeah, federal prison's for.
So, like, if I'm mad at you, I can hold your head underneath that spout?
You potentially could, yeah.
Jim was mad at me.
Were you upset at me?
I'm glad they didn't have microwaves in the old day prisons. Can you imagine Mr. Bojangles, what they would have done to him in Green Mile?
Oh, his fate was still as bad. There ain't no Mouseville. He's just lying to you to shut you up.
Boy, that was terrible.
I hear they're remaking the Wonder Years, too. Have y'all heard
They
that?
are. I saw a TV. I was watching a game, I think, and they did a promo for it.
Daniel Stern still doing the voiceover?
Nope. God, who was it? They told me the other night. Somebody told me who's doing the voiceover. But the guy that was Showtime did a show with Kristen Bell.
I love Dunaway trying to work through his movies.
Oh, man. It's based in Montgomery, though. The Wonder Years is going to be based in Montgomery, Alabama, from what I'm told.
Interesting.
It's Don Cheadle.
Yeah, Don Cheadle.
Oh, I love me some Don Cheadle.
Yeah, he's the guy behind this, and he's going to be narrating it.
Okay.
That's interesting. Now. Don Cheadle's a good actor.
Yeah, I see now.
Yeah, Dule Hill's in it.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting. A remake coming this fall, The Wonder Years.
I got some unwritten rules in other countries. In Cuba, it often looks like there's no line as far as like waiting in line. It's called El Ultimo. Now, when you arrive somewhere, you ask El Ultimo, and whoever is last in line raises their hand, and you are now El Ultimo.
Yeah, so
Seems
everybody
very
can,
complicated.
So everybody can sit around and you just wait till your person makes it up there.
Well, I
and
guess it would be
follow
like
you.
if I walk up and I'm like line, and then somebody's
Yeah. It's like baseball. No, you don't have to stand in line before you bat. You have an order. Like when Brown bats, I know I'll bat after Brown.
Denmark, do not stand or walk in the bike lane. You will get yelled at or run over.
Well, it is the bike lane.
Well, at least they've got a bike lane.
Don't stand in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
I sometimes go run and walk at that trail by Sanford.
I like that trail, Lakeshore.
Yeah, me too. We almost had our location there, but I love that trail. But groups of bikers get on that trail sometimes too. I've got my headphones in, my earbuds in, running, and my music's loud, and I will never hear them passing me. So I'm
On your left.
I'm constantly looking, but that's what they yell. But I don't hear them unless I happen to have one butt out at the time. They'll yell on your left, and they'll scream it at you as they're coming. As for me not to, wobble in front of them. but they're flying by. But I can't hear them because I've got my
Well,
headphones
look, I
in.
appreciate the fact that you're actually finding a running path because, driving through my neighborhood, the people that are on the main road, either walking their dog or running, I just think it is so dangerous. It makes me so nervous. We've talked about this before, and I know we're running out of property, but it's almost like street is for cars, running trails or for runners, and we need to have bike lanes for bikers.
Yeah, my neighborhood has sidewalks, thankfully, and if it's a busy road, I stay on the sidewalk.
Always a humble brag.
Yeah,
Yes,
I wish I had sidewalks.
They're typically not busy because I'm behind a gate.
Yeah.
I mean,
sidewalks is people just look in awe.
Sidewalks. There is nothing fancier than sidewalks.
I think the American dream is to live in neighborhoods with sidewalks.
I do agree with that. I think
That's the American dream.
I think it's great to have. There are not sidewalks in my neighborhood.
Yeah,
I would love if there were sidewalks in my neighborhood.
There were not sidewalks in my neighborhood.
We don't have street lights either.
Yeah.
No, honestly, I
one.
think really good neighborhoods, they spend the money to actually put the sidewalk in.
Interesting.
Oh, they do.
But go ahead.
Why would you not want sidewalks?
Well, I mean, I don't really care. If it's a busy road, I run on the sidewalk, but I get on some of the side roads I know aren't busy.
Well,
I just get out onto the street.
If the city came to me saying, "Hey, we need to take some of your property to install sidewalks," I'm all for it.
Yeah,
that's grass you got to cut.
I give up 4 feet.
That's my philosophy is, wow, that's an extra
Less
10
weeds
yards
after
of
10
grass I don't have to
right.
cut.
Now, you do need to edge it, though. That's a bad look if you don't edge along the sidewalk in front of your house.
I'm sorry, Randy. That's an extra 10 yards of grass that my friend Randy doesn't have to cut.
Hey, so unwritten rules in Italy, both guys and girls say hi with a kiss on each cheek. South Korea, men should avoid going shirtless in public. Dunaway, you'll hate this. Even when exercising or running or even cutting grass, something like that, guys even keep shirts on the beach because even if they're not overweight.
What country?
South Korea.
South Korea, okay. I knew it wasn't from South America because nobody wears a shirt.
And in Thailand, when you meet someone you have not seen in a while, they will make a comment about your weight, heavier or skinnier. They're not trying to be offensive. It's just how they are.
I've told the story, I think, before, but on our honeymoon, there was a family from Argentina, and they were the women were topless, but like the oldest daughter was in college, but the middle daughter looked like she was the younger kid didn't she had her swimsuit on. Top and bottom, but the middle one, who looked to be high school age, was there and had her boyfriend and was topless, swimming like, was natural, I guess, from where they were from. It was either in Spain or Argentina, but they were posed for pictures. Like the dad would take a picture of the young girl and the boyfriend, which was just so awkward to see.
Boy, man,
I hadn't seen that one on Instagram.
But I didn't keep walking. I mean, I had to see what happened.
You wanted to see.
Maggie kept asking every day while we were in the same chairs right beside
Sir,
her.
you're doing portrait. You probably want to do landscape.
Here, let me make it for you.
You need me to take the picture.
I've got some of the weirdest inventions from the past 20 years. How about the fish skin bikini? Now, this beachwear introduced in 2003 is made from tanned and dyed salmon skin. The Skinkini company of London sold them for $335 and up.
I don't like even animal print bikini, swimwear, shoes, pants. I'm not a big animal print person.
It's a weird place to draw a line.
I don't think it's that attractive. It's not I'm a member of PETA or anything. I just don't think women look fantastic in cheetah prints or anything like that.
We had a middle school. We had a mother of a friend who would often sit by the pool in her cheetah bikini.
And
it was uncomfortable.
Okay.
For the kid?
And us. And the friends.
Okay, another weird invention from the past 20 years, the Bit Bite. If you need a little extra motivation to stick to a diet, the Bit Bite can help. The earpiece has a microphone that analyzes your eating habits from how much you eat to how quickly. If you're killing a bag of chips, Bit Bite can remind you to take it easy. The project had a successful launch back in 2014. This seems like something that would be on Shark Tank.
Well, it's like a conscience. Like I know I shouldn't be eating this candy bar. I don't need a head earpiece to tell me.
Yeah,
you shouldn't be eating that.
Yeah,
I know.
Jim, do you really need that?
Yeah.
It's going straight to your hips.
What about the inhalable chocolate? Now, this was Harvard biomedical engineer David Edwards and students created this food innovation in 2007, which deposits a few hundred milligrams of cocoa onto your tongue, allowing you to get your chocolate fix. And then finally, the Euro Club. On the golf course, you need urgent relief, Brown. 2010, a urologist introduced the Euro Club, a hollow golf club that allows a player to urinate discreetly. So do you put your junk in the club?
Yeah, in the club.
Yeah.
And it just looks like he's working on his
I
putt.
just go in the woods.
Dunaway won't do that.
It says a fabric privacy shield will have observers thinking you're just taking a practice swing.
Yeah, I bet they know you're not.
Why do you always have that privacy
Just
shield?
let Dunaway go here. He's got something he's working on.
Brown always uses a wedge. I need the driver.
Hey-oh. Oh. Yo.
And that is Trash with LT. I was waiting for a comeback.
Oh, it's sad.
Hey, again, if you're looking to purchase or refinance your home, you need to act now before the rates go on the rise with locations nationwide. Lending directly to home buyers, our friends at Mortgage Direct remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring a fast, worry-free process. Visit mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
TJ says, hell, we ain't even got lines on my street in my neighborhood.
They're worn ass out.
I love it.
All right. We're winding down. Still, we'll talk to Eric Mac Lain in the final hour of the show of the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
After 40 years in business, Red Wing Shoes owner Steve Sikora has decided to give his stores a needed up-to-date look. The Hoover location now welcomes its customers to enjoy the ultimate fit experience. This updated showroom is now displaying the best Red Wing has to offer. Classic Pecos pull-ons, Red Wing heritage including the Iron Ranger, Irish Setter work, and trusted Basque outdoor footwear. And coming this September, the Trussville location will be moving down Highway 11 between Taco Mama and Metro Diner. Customers will love this updated cool look. Don't wait to visit the two new and exciting locations of Red Wing Shoes. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the Next Round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The Next Round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The Next Round kickoff at Walk-Ons. Now more than ever, American-made, Alabama-made means something, and that is what you get at Royal Bedding on Highway 31 in Pelham, Birmingham's only mattress factory where they make the mattress in Pelham and sell them 19 feet away in the showroom. Tom Ginger and TJ Vignale have been providing Alabamians with a great night's sleep for over 30 years. See their work at RoyalBeddingInc.com. I sleep in a Royal Bedding mattress, and so does my mom and dad. Stop by and feel the difference on Highway 31 in Pelham, or go to RoyalBeddingInc.com.
The next round kickoff will be at Walk-Ons, August 26th. I'm Ryan Brown. Join the entire next round team. Starting at 5 o'clock, we'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka. The next round kickoff, Thursday night at Walk-Ons off Highway 280 and 119.
The late summer weather is perfect for a stop at Timberline Golf Club. The Jerry Payton design course was voted by Golf Magazine as one of the best courses you can play in Alabama. A short drive from Birmingham on I-65, exit 228. Get tee times at timberlinegc.com or call 205-668-7888. Great playing conditions year-round, and ask the pro Joe Cruzy about the TrackMan driving range where you can use the same technology as the pros. For lessons and tee times, it's timberlinegc.com.
Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the next round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The next round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The next round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
I mean, some great input in our chat rooms today. We got to come up with a name, they said, for the chat rooms. But a couple of you, back to our prison conversation earlier, including Kyle and a few others, say they mix hot water in prison with baby oil. One says that turns it into napalm. Other says,
"Oh my Lord!
You
I
mix
just found napalm.
The hot water with baby oil and throw it on the inmates is one of the things they use to quote mess up another inmate."
Yeah, mess it up. Scar for life, maybe. One of the worst. Well, not one of the worst prison scenes. One of the more. There's been some bad ones. A movie called Start Up. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that.
No, I've
really
never seen that.
Nope. But the original Bad Boys, which had Sean Penn in it.
Yeah.
Do you remember it?
I do.
Clancy Brown, who ended up being the prison guard. Most people will know him as the prison guard in Shawshank. Remember the prison guard? Everybody hated?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he was in prison. It was kind of the prison, the juvie prison. He took Sean Penn took a pillowcase full of drinks, of Coke cans,
oh wow,
Pepsi cans, put them in the pillowcase and beat him with them.
Wow.
You think that do damage?
Yeah, I think.
God. John writes in, we were talking about sidewalks and bike lanes and that. He goes, you should see the animosity between hikers, bikers, and horseback riders at Oak Mountain State Park. Everyone hates the dude with a trail dog not on a leash. Nothing like biking through dog bleep. So they're upset about the dog pooping in the middle of the hiking trail.
They should
biking
be.
trail.
They should be. Yeah. Like, I think it's one of the most obnoxious things to do. Like, so when I take Ladybird out, I've always got a bag. You got to bag it up.
That's right.
You scoop it up.
I didn't know the horseback riders and the mountain bikers, though, got after it at Oak Mountain.
Oh,
well, they say nothing like riding through. What about the horse stuff would be worse?
Oh, it's got to be, yeah. I don't know. Do they?
It just drops.
Well, I know it just drops, but is there like some sort of protocol? If my horse drops, do I
dismount?
Dismount, pull out a little shovel, and at least throw it over in the woods?
I'll tell you what, the cops in New Orleans don't.
No, they do not.
I'll tell you, when we were in Yellowstone a couple of months ago for Leighton's birthday, and we did that horseback ride that I told you guys about, my back was gone for about 3 weeks. Watching a horse piss, I've never seen anything like that. I mean, that's 7 gallons of liquid.
That horse is well
Well, you
hydrated.
guys remember Tom Hanks
Lance,
in
tell me
A
something
League of
about
Their
your
Own?
Yellowstone vacation.
I was blown away. But Tom Hanks in A League of Their Own. Remember, he went for like
Yeah.
a minute and 45 seconds.
Madonna timed him.
Yeah,
Well,
that
is it a Russian or a rushing racehorse?
I've never known. I think it's rushing.
See, I always thought it was a Russian.
I don't think it was a. I've really got to pee.
But rushing does make sense.
I think it's a rushing as I'm in a hurry.
Well, but why would a Russia racehorse have to go more than any other nation's horse?
I agree.
Well, because they drink a lot of vodka.
Does that make you pee?
Is it rushing?
I can't. There was a rushing race. I can't.
Before Brown tells us about Greystone Chiropractic, the White Lotus TV show, one of the stars in that was Steve Zahn, Reality Bites, Suburbia, all of that. He played one of the wealthy white people in that, and he had an episode where it was a full frontal.
Well, I remember another awkward moment was his wife, Connie Britton from Friday Night Lights. She actually was the breadwinner in the family.
Right, absolutely. But in an interview talking about the White Lotus, he lives, by the way, on a farm in Kentucky. He says nobody ever recognizes him.
I believe that.
But he was asked about this, and he said, listen, I love the part, but I asked him up front, am I going to have to do a full frontal? And they were like, no, it's going to be a prosthetic. I asked if I was going to have to wear it, and he goes, well, it's 2 hours in makeup, so it takes 2 hours to get that prosthetic just right.
Oh, my.
And we don't see the face in that shot, so we really don't need you to do that. They said, but you do have to approve the prosthetic, so that he had a variety of different ones that he looked at. And
Can you imagine being that makeup person?
That had to choose the prosthetic that would be his.
Okay, here's my question.
Kim, your attention to detail is fantastic.
No, yeah, or hey, honey, you've made it in Hollywood. You're a makeup artist on an HBO show. What are you going to be doing on set today?
Well,
phallics.
Why would you just not put, because you've got casting calls for everything. Why not just find somebody that actually you don't have to deal with the makeup?
You don't have to do the prosthetic. You just have
Mom,
somebody.
Dad, I'm going to be on TV tonight.
I don't know if you know this little place over the other side of LA, the Hollywood Hills, called Canoga Valley, where they film a lot of what you would call adult films.
I mean, how would I get my credit? Would they just say Little Jimmy? Would they call it Little Jimmy? What would they call it in the credits? Would I have to get my actor guild card for
I would think this would be good pub for an adult film star to say, hey, look, I was in an HBO. I was the stand-in for Steve Zahn with this HBO original series.
You normally don't have to join the guild for that small of a part.
He said, I looked at him and I said, yeah, this one will do. That's how he picked it out. Top of the hour, the next round.
Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
The season for golf is far from over. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Make sure you take advantage of the great weather heading our way at Ballantrae Golf Club. 620-GOLF, 620-4653. It's also never too late to fix your game. The Thompson School of Golf is based there at Ballantrae. They can help you as well. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653. 18 championship holes of golf at Ballantrae, always in fantastic shape, and it is so easy to get to. They treat you like family there at Ballantrae. Take it from me, I love the game. 620-GOLF, 620-4653.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. Two great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
Nothing to do tonight? Want to bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the Next Round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The Next Round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The Next Round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Yeah, the great reference here, Dave. You'd have to see the show to understand this one. You guys keep talking about White Lotus. I still can't eat a salad to this day.
I can't decide if you guys have sold me on that show or not.
Yeah. Again, to me, it's worth the watch because it is the most awkward show that I've ever seen.
That just doesn't sell me on it, though. I mean, that's the way y'all everybody continues to sell it that way. It's like it is.
Well, I'd like to know in our timeline
painfully
here,
awkward.
people that have watched this, do people enjoy it on Twitter and what we're getting right here on feedback on YouTube? I want to know if people liked it. I mean, again, I thought it was well worth the 6 episodes. Rockstar tapped after 1. Dunaway thought it was good until episode 4.
Yeah, it was good until episode 6. I thought the last one. The sad part about Dave's very creative comment there is that I spent the entire commercial break there, going to the top of the hour of the Next Round, trying to remember when did they eat a salad in that. I think it was episode 5 is when they did. It is Russian racehorse. Russian is in the country, according to everyone else in our church. Kevin and Delane says it's because of the Russian trainers are known for doping their horses, diuretics and stuff, making them lighter for races.
Does that mean Jose Canseco peed more?
I don't know if they juiced him and they made it. If that's the same thing they use for horses. Now that's not 100% factual. That is from our audience, but we think it's the best audience in the world here on the Next Round, presented by our friends at Bud Light, Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Forrester all here. And this hour brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's. Gift-giving season is coming up, and the one answer right there for you is Bromberg's as they come up on the big screen.
Yes, family-owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's, they have established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's.
Owen Popo and Chandler Wooten named permanent captains for Auburn. That from Brian Harsin earlier today. That news coming out. And Texas A&M naming their QB1. Haynes King is the guy over Calzada. According to Jimbo Fisher today, in a trade earlier, the Rams get Sony Michel, the former Georgia Bulldog, from the New England Patriots for a couple of late-round draft picks. Kickoff party tomorrow night, Thursday night, at Walk-Ons 281-19. We're there from 5 until close. Come hang out. You don't have to sign up. You don't have to have tickets. It is just a get-together to get ready for the football season, which starts 1 week from today for UAB and Jack State. John Gross, head coach of Jack State, his media availability tomorrow. Bill Clark does his on Friday this week as they play Wednesday down in Montgomery. Week 0 this week. Nebraska and Illinois go at 12 noon on Fox. Hawaii and UCLA go 2:30 on ESPN. Wimp Sanderson with us earlier did a blue plate special where he took Fresno State minus the 27.5 against UConn. And you are caught up to date as we move to the final round of the next round here in the final hour of the show. Eric Mac Lain will join us a little bit later on this hour from the ACC Network in Clemson. They're our preview team, number 3 in our 40 and 40 countdown. But LT wants to walk us through a list of legitimate hot seat coaches in the Power 5 and all of college football, really, but some guys that are legitimately on the hot seat. And I would say in the Southeastern Conference, legitimately on the hot seat. Listen, I don't think anybody, no, I won't say anybody, but there are a couple that are, very secure in their job. They'll never be fired. Nick Saban being one of those. But you can go from not on a hot seat to being fired in the SEC faster than any other conference. But I don't think there's anybody legitimately on the hot seat in the SEC going into the year.
I agree with you. Never say never, because we go back, Brownie, you'll remember this. We're sitting on my couch, middle of pandemic, and going into 2020 based on the unknowns and financial unknowns and everything that was, just that we didn't know. We didn't think anybody was going to be fired.
No, they fired one midseason.
Yeah, we thought that everybody was going to be protected. Was it Southern Miss's coach that went out after 3 games?
I think he was out after 3 games. Will Muschamp was out mid-season. We ended up with 4 guys fired.
Yeah, just Power 5. I think we had 7 guys fired last year, including Gus Malzahn.
And I thought in the midst of a pandemic, there was almost nothing you could do to get fired.
So with that said, Dunaway, I agree with you. I don't think there's anything on field that could get any of these coaches fired in the SEC this year, but I guess you never know. If there is one coach, and by the way, this article today done on ESPN.com by Adam Rittenberg, the only guy that he said, and it wasn't, he did hot seat and then keep an eye on. There was a keep an eye on. None were on the hot seat. Keep an eye on one guy.
It's Ed Orgeron, LSU, because of what has happened there off the field, away from actual football, in my opinion.
I think that has a little to do with it, but I think it's more 15-0, 5-5, what are we really going to get? I don't know if anyone is sold on Ed Orgeron, and we've talked about the fact that he's never really going to get credit for that 2019 national championship until he wins another one, if he ever wins another one.
Yeah, I think the problem with saying Ed Orgeron, and there is some off-the-field stuff that could get him, but let's just talk on the field here. 5-5 last year, yes. I don't see a scenario where you'd be 6-6 this year. I don't see that scenario. Is there a scenario where they're 6-6?
The schedule is really difficult.
It's not 6-6 difficult.
I don't think so.
I mean, if you're a mediocre team, you could lose to Auburn, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, Alabama, Texas A&M, UCLA.
There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
But to my point,
There's 9 losable games on the schedule.
There are losable games, but you just said a mediocre team. Like, I don't think they're a mediocre team.
Yeah,
That's
I think
why
they're good enough
not a
talent-wise.
Yeah.
If in those 9 losable games, they're so good talent-wise that they win 5 of those 9, and they go worst case 8-4.
In the 9 games, and I don't even know the 9 you've got in there, Lance, but they've probably got a better roster, just a better roster than 7 or 8 of those teams.
Yeah, and that's why I bring that up. And it sounds ridiculous, but I included every SEC game they play this year as a losable game. Because, their East games are at Kentucky, and they've got Florida.
That's right.
Those are losable games.
Both are losable, and then everybody else that you play in the West is a losable game.
They are losable games. I'm saying I can't see a 6-6.
I agree with you. Again, of those 9 games, I think talent will rise to the top at least 5. In worst case, they go 5-4 in those games.
Charles, Coach O could put himself on the hot seat this year and fired next year. Remember Gene Chizik
Yes.
2 years after the championship. But the off-the-field stuff
That's a
is
different
what
ballgame.
opens the door up for boosters to make a change if they don't feel comfortable with Ed Orgeron. And I think LSU fans would agree with me on this. As good as Ed Orgeron and that coaching staff was in the national championship, one of the best college football teams of all time, last year with what was going on in Coach O's personal life, he didn't seem like he was the same coach. He had a lot of stuff that was going on in his life that seemed to be as important or more important than football to him. And he wasn't the same coach last year. And you hear player after player in Baton Rouge say, we lacked leadership last year. And I don't think they're specifically saying about teammates. I think they're talking about coaches. And that included Bo Pelini, and that I believe included Ed Orgeron last year. So if they have the same type of year again, you ask your question, how bought in is Ed Orgeron to doing this anymore after winning a national championship? Has it all gone to his head? I think you get a hungry Ed Orgeron again this year.
Well, and that's Adam Rittenberg's point, going back to what Charles said. Coach O could put himself on that hot seat going into 2022. That's why he's got 2 lists here. He's got hot seat and then keep an eye on. Again, out of the SEC, the only 0 hot seats, only keep an eye on is Ed Orgeron. Pac-12, 2 hot seats, 1 keep an eye on.
Okay.
I think Chip Kelly's got to be a hot seat guy.
He is a hot seat guy, and he needs to be. He's 10-21 going into year 4. In the Pac-12, he's 10-15.
And I think
they've got to be better than that.
Yeah, I think in that same city, Clay Helton's lived his life on the hot seat.
Clay Helton is still on the hot seat.
Yeah. What does he have to do to get off the hot seat?
Clay
They
Helton's-
should have been Pac-12 champions last year. They were the.
It's not good enough.
Yeah.
He's been a Pac-12 champion before. He's been to a Rose Bowl on a year outside of that where he ended up in the top 4. Clay Helton has got to get to a college football playoff to get off a hot
As
seat.
crazy as that sounds, I think you're right.
Yeah,
Bill.
fair or unfair. It's just the way it is.
I think you're right.
It's always going to follow him.
He's recruiting well again at USC.
And I've always said this. I like Clay Helton. I think USC can do better than Clay Helton. I think they can go elite-like. Clay Helton's a good coach. He's not a great coach. He's always going to hover around this. Sooner or later, he's going to get fired because I don't believe Clay Helton's going to get them to a college football playoff.
That's right, because they always think they can get the Urban Meyer level coach at USC, and Clay Helton is not that guy.
But, Brown, you're right. The 2 Los Angeles coaches, Clay Helton and Chip Kelly, are the guys on the hot seat to keep an eye on. And this goes back to the point you made with Orgeron is Herm Edwards. Herm Edwards has done a really, really good job based on expectations taking Arizona State over. But now that you've got the NCAA hovering around.
That's a problem. Yep.
Yeah.
That's a problem. And you know how these things go. They've got a good young staff there. Like he hired Antonio Pierce, and I think a lot of people like Antonio Pierce, the former NFL linebacker. You know how these things go. They can pin this stuff on Herm Edwards and send him off and keep some of those young guys around.
That's right.
Yeah,
eventually, they're going to be the head coach anyway.
That's right.
The coaching
Yeah.
staff anyway.
Another guy that's referenced in the Pac-12 is Jonathan Smith from Oregon State, and I like Jonathan Smith a lot, but he's
Tough
9.
job.
He's 9-22.
Yeah, but they've become a tougher out with him there. I think they
have gotten better.
They are a better football team with him there. Much like Derek Mason at times at Vanderbilt it was a well-coached team that just didn't have the talent. I think Oregon State has been a well-coached team. They just don't have the talent to some of the other teams.
You know, it shows you the job. Now, Dennis Erickson cheated. We all know that. But still, to get to a Fiesta Bowl was pretty amazing. But the job that consistently Mike Riley did, averaging about 7.5, 8 wins.
Throw up that 9-win game
in
team.
Corvallis
Yep.
and beat USC every now and then. That was right fit, right place, I thought, for Mike Riley. That was just a really good job for him, and it made sense.
Abby, who's working on our video today, if you can somehow clip out Brown's length of the drink he just took, like he just came out of the desert, and clip it with some of the longest drinks in cinematic history. I think that was Guinness-like.
He's going to be pissing like a Russian horse.
I mean, the drink you just took, and you did the profile, and you had the Aquafina label there perfect, and you turned it up sideways, and that had to be a 15, 20-second drink. It was the longest drink in next round history.
I don't believe what I'm seeing on the screen. Rockstar, you help me out here because you and I both used to listen to Howard Stern a lot. Jeffrey says, funny thing about Antonio Pierce is he interned on the Howard Stern show. Is that when he was playing for New York?
they were on break. He did for like maybe a week, and he was like, I'll do anything. I'll get you coffee. Do not treat me differently. And I remember Baba Booey made him get coffee and stuff like that.
You know, in a former life, we did a show, and we had a NFL intern, and Dunaway was so intimidated by our NFL intern.
I wasn't intimidated. I just tried to give him a little bit more credit than you guys did. Y'all were asking him to go to our great sponsor, Hamburger Heaven.
We were,
and pick up lunch. I go, you're sending a current, not a former, a current NFL player to pick us up lunch. I was uncomfortable.
We
with
wanted
that.
to be.
Did you still eat?
Yep.
Oh, I ate it. I ate it every day.
Yes,
Hey, and for the record, I think I paid for it every day back then too.
And by the way, coming up, we've got some announcements, but we're going to be having Hamburger Heaven here on the set coming up next week, and we've got to find somebody to pick that up. So
that's interesting.
I doubt he'll do it now.
I doubt he will, but he was a current NFL player at the time and said, I want to be treated just like any normal intern. And I think he said that to me and Lance. So he said, well, we send our normal interns to Hamburger Heaven at lunch. And he was like, I'm down for that.
And we also pointed out that he was hungry. He wanted lunch. Normally when I'm hungry or anyone's hungry, even a current NFL player, they go get lunch.
That's right.
We couldn't go get lunch.
Well, I know Forrester's not going to go get lunch because he's already tweeting out cat gifs or something back there. Which that didn't make sense. When the next round is over with, you feel like that cat?
I think the cat was falling asleep.
Was he? Is that a shot at our show? Are you tired? You're working so hard?
I think he's just having fun.
Is the show boring to you today? Not enough White Sox talk? I mean, come on, Forrester. Got to get Forrester a microphone in 2022.
Yeah, I can barely see his eyes. He looks like a bank bandit. We got to get him a higher chair, too.
The old bank bandit.
It's
criticism day on.
I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying that I can barely see his face. Big Ten. Okay, we've got 2 hot seats, and there's not anyone to keep an eye on.
Okay, 2 hot seats, none in the Big Ten.
Well, I mean, Harbaugh has been there for years.
See, and I disagree. There should be another one on this hot seat.
Well, I mean,
but Harbaugh is, right?
Scott Frost and Harbaugh are the easy answers.
Yes,
they would be. Yes.
They both are.
And you also think James Franklin should
I
be.
think you're going to put Mike Locksley on.
I'm the one that said Mike Locksley could be out at the end of the year at Maryland.
He just hadn't been given enough time. I think at the end of the year, possibly. Jeff Brom is the guy for me.
Boy, how quick that fell apart.
Well, they point out, look, I would have put, and this is Rittenberg keeping an eye. He's only 6-12 since agreeing to that 7-year, $37 million contract in April of 19, but they owe so much money, there's no chance they'll cut ties.
That's right. But sometimes you have security in your contract.
But think about it. He was among the hottest names in coaching when it looked like Auburn was going to part with Gus Malzahn, or Gus Malzahn was going to take the Arkansas job. There were Auburn fans that were dying to get Jeff Brom.
That's right.
I mean, that was one of the hottest names in coaching.
And I was totally surprised he did not take the Louisville job with his history there and it being in the ACC, where he could have, I thought, have Louisville contending for division and possible conference championships.
Let me ask you guys something about Jim Harbaugh. Again, I don't think he's done an awful job there. Sooner or later, you got to beat Ohio State, and the expectation is to get to a 14 playoff, and he was really close once. His buyout, do you know what it's down to right now?
No.
If they fire him after 2021, they only owe him $4 million.
Yeah, pennies.
I mean, he has a school-friendly contract.
Well, he restructured it to be school.
And he did that. He did that because he's a Michigan man. He loves the school.
Well,
so much.
I think he also did it because he probably, I don't know that he was forced to do it to keep his job, but I think he realized he could use any good pub he could get in this job right now.
You don't want to go back to Rich Rod or Brady Hoke. My question to you guys, much like Scott Frost at Nebraska, how good of a coach can you get at Nebraska? How good of a coach can you get at Michigan right now?
Well, I mean, I would think in a lot of ways the line would start at the door.
Yeah, I mean, it's not Clemson, Ohio State, Alabama, Oklahoma.
Unless I'm not thinking of one, there's not an obvious Michigan man out there.
Can you do better than Jim Harbaugh, though?
It's such a good fit if he would just beat Ohio State, and that's a big if.
I'll give you one. What if...
And Gus Malzahn got fired, Brown, and he beat Alabama a few times.
He did. He beat them 3 times.
You know what I read about Malzahn before you make a point real quick? Because I was reading Central Florida and Malzahn, what a great mix it is from an article earlier this morning. Malzahn right now, of active coaches with 100-plus career games, he's 7th in winning percentage.
Yeah.
He got fired.
That's just hard to believe.
It really is.
But it's almost the Clay Helton effect. For a long, long time, Auburn fans, a big bunch of them, no matter what Gus did, they were not happy with him.
My name was going to be PJ Fleck.
Well, that was one of my names for USC.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Michigan, why don't you look over at Minnesota and say, this guy's already doing it in the Big Ten at a lesser school than us?
LT will finish that list after Brown tells us about our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
My good friend, Dr. Lee Goldenberg. You know what? Well, you know what the best thing about Dr. Lee is?
That if you're on the hot seat, he'll get you back in line?
He's a Dolphins fan.
Okay, that's another good one.
That's another good one.
Is it true that everyone in the shop there wears a Dolphin jersey
That's
on a
what
given
Lance
day?
told me. I have not seen that
I haven't
with my own
seen
two
it.
eyes.
That's what one of the girls there said. Hey, we've all got our Dolphins jersey. We're figuring out the day.
Yep, I want to know the day. I'll go by and get my back adjusted that day. Greystone Chiropractic, right there in Tattersall Park, their brand new location, the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Listen, I trust my family to Dr. Goldenberg. He treats my family. So when I tell you that you can trust him, I trust him with my own family, right? Did you know that they can focus on the health of your nervous system because it controls everything, every cell, every tissue, every organ in your body. It all starts with a good, well-aligned spine, and that's what they do at Greystone Chiropractic. So enjoy a healthier life. Visit GreystonChiropractor.com or call 205-981-8090. That's 981-8090.
The lock coming up at the end of this segment. Scott says Dunaway the cat was hungry like me at the end of the show. And that is the transition we're getting used to, being back in the middle of the day, is that we're covering the lunch hour. And I always pictured we'd have lunch laid out in front of us every day here.
Wow.
So we're building to that at some point.
Can I be honest?
Well, Champy's Chicken just is asking, what day do you want chicken on a stick and tamales?
Well, look,
Yes,
Champy's
just
is
let us know.
That day.
Great sponsor, so yeah, we can work that in. But again, you got to pay to play.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we got Champy's Chicken. We got Bud Light and Champy's Chicken. We've got
Hamburger Heaven. We'll be here next
and Bud
week.
Light and
Taco
Hamburger
Mama.
Heaven.
I got to
Taco
talk to my man
Mama,
Jeff
yeah.
Bajaya about Slice, though. 'cause you're
Slice
supposed to
and
have some
Bud
Slice
Light.
in.
We just did a week right there.
That's it.
Yeah, and they'll bring us concessions from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino anytime.
Okay.
Anytime, and I can get a quinella and box that too at the same time. All right,
You
finish.
jinxed my lock last night, by the way.
I told you what was going to happen.
No.
Told you the Mets were going to win that game.
Yeah, they didn't. They got shut out 8-0.
Let me ask you a question. Do they have a T-shirt in the next round shop that says Jimmy Hot Pick?
They don't.
They do not. What do they have a T-shirt?
It's called Landmine.
That's right. That's right.
By the way, went 2-1 last night.
Yeah,
so
the
the
one you-
only loser was the one that
Yeah.
you endorsed.
Yeah. You know who I like? You know who Jimmy Hot Pick likes tonight?
Who?
He loves the Atlanta Braves.
Okay. I've decided to stay away from the Braves a little bit. I'm playing a lot of NL East teams for whatever reason, and I'm going that direction again tonight.
Okay.
But I'm staying away from the Braves right now.
Lock in a second. Do you have any more on your list there?
Yeah. Sorry about that. ACC, there's one obvious hot seat, and they've got two to keep an eye on. I don't know if I agree with one of these keep an eye on. I do agree with one, but there is an obvious hot seat.
Fuente has got to be on the hot seat at Virginia Tech. Just has not gotten the traction I thought he would get there.
You know what Fuente is over the past 3 seasons?
I think he's one game below 500.
So what's that? That's 26,
Well,
36 games?
37 games.
37 games. I will say in 37 games, he is, I'll say 20-17.
Well, you went 18-19. He's 19-18.
That's close, yeah.
And again, the expectation that Frank Beamer has built there, it's got to be more in Blacksburg. And I couple that with the fact that, yeah, you've got what's going on with Clemson and Dabo, but you should be better. The expectation maybe not to win the ACC, but win 9 or 10 games a year.
Yeah. I mean, Clemson and Dabo only accounts for one game. That doesn't account for you being 2 games or a game above 500.
Yeah, and Virginia Tech used to play out-of-conference games against USC and LSU and, some big-time programs. In conference, there's not an excuse. They're 14-12 in conference over the last 3 years in the ACC.
Yeah.
Everybody in the chat room telling me I picked the Braves. They're off today. So there you go.
Most
They
dunaway
did play
pick.
2-game series against the Yankees.
Most dunaway pick of all time. How much
You know what I like? You know what I've been studying?
How much homework you do, though?
NAAU fan. Jimmy landmined them right out of a game.
Yes, I just said we're not playing it.
I have tickets to the game tonight.
Fuente is the only guy on the hot seat. Keep an eye on us.
Don't say Jeff Collins.
No, it's 1 year. Scott Satterfield, who's only had 2 years and had a really good first year, and I think Malik Cunningham will be better this year. Last year was a disaster for Louisville, but I think they get better this year. And the other is Dino Babers.
Since Babers had that 10-win, number 15 finish in 2018, they're 14-33 over the last 4 seasons. And I remember Paul Pasqualoni had good Syracuse teams.
He did. I don't know. That job, though, is I was reading a story. This is an interesting story about Syracuse because they want to build a new stadium or they want to renovate the Carrier Dome.
I used to think Carrier Dome looked so cool back in the day.
I know. But here's the interesting story. Carrier Dome obviously was one of the original named stadiums on a what am I trying to say? Like a
sponsorship,
naming rights.
Yeah, naming rights stadiums. They paid $2.75 million of the construction cost, and in exchange for that $2.75 million, got lifetime naming rights.
That's right. That used to be a lot of money.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But it's not now.
Yeah.
Because the estimates are that Syracuse could easily get $4 or $5 million a year.
So what you do, lifetime, we're about to demolish and life is over, right?
Yeah, that's what they're saying is that's really about the only way they can get around it. Because Carrier's like, no, we're keeping it, man.
First Power 5 team to serve beer in the stands.
They might have been.
I think they were.
That is the hot seat list there.
Well, I didn't do Big 12, but it doesn't really matter.
Okay,
there's only one on the hot seat.
Quickly roll through it. It's 22 after the hour.
It's Matt Wells.
Matt Wells is on there.
I don't know if he really is.
Lock of the day every day. Lock of the day every day is brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. Jeremy Purvis and the crew there. And listen, residential or business, if you're a big business owner and you need a plumber, Jeremy Purvis is who you call. The folks at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing just train it. Easy to get the number, easy to get any information you need about them online at ironmountainworld.com. Your lock tonight is...
Hey, your Rays are on fire.
Don't jinx my Rays.
Oh, trust me, I'm not. 6:05, first pitch in Philly. I'm taking Zach Wheeler minus the 135. Take the Phillies minus 135 coming off 2-1 last night. We're finally getting our footing as we're rolling into this week. So take the Phillies. That is your lock. Thank you very much, Scott.
The number is 205-516-4927, 205-516-4927 if you need a plumber. They do jetter services and everything, ironmountainworld.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Win your tailgates this year with Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Fresh to order and worth the wait, you can dine in or use their call-ahead drive-thru. At Champy's, you get southern staples like chicken on a stick and Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales. They're the best I've ever tasted. See it all online or order at champyschicken.com. You can mix it up with po' boys, tenders, and those full fried chicken plates. Right on Highway 119 in Alabaster, it's fresh and worth the drive on your way to the beach or the big game. Order online right now at champyschicken.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hempel Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hempel were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hempel Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hempel Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hempel Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham: Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Think about this scenario for 1 second. You get out of bed in the morning, walk in a room, the first thing you feel is water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. You may think your first call is the insurance company. You're wrong. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Your first call is DryTech Water Restoration. They respond quickly. They'll reply within 20 minutes. Likely, you're talking to an owner. DryTech Water Restoration does not work for the insurance company. They work for the customer. Remember this website, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com and DryTech Water Restoration. Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
In our DMs on Instagram, Clayton says that you guys are wrong about Nick driving in Tuscaloosa. When I'm in Tuscaloosa, I see him drive into the complex in his Mercedes promptly at 7:20 a.m. each day. Cedric meets him there, walks him in, and he sends a picture of him walking in earlier this week. So when he joined us on the show, it was obviously that he was driving the other day.
Somebody, when we were talking to Wimp earlier, said they literally went to a Bama basketball game back when Wimp was the coach, and there was Rockstar will love this. There was a traffic cone in Wimp's parking spot, and Wimp had parked over the
just like
over the traffic.
They're soft. They bounce back.
Wimp had just parked it over the traffic cone.
That's a good poll question. How many people have actually run traffic cones over that have annoyed you? I've done it before.
Part of our show today is being brought to you by the great folks at Gutter Cap. Fall is coming, so are those leaves.
Yes, patent aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters. Keep out the debris and eliminate the gutter cleaning. Backed with that lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off right now, the retail price. GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. That's 205-823-2212.
College football rule changes this year. Last year it was 15 to 15, the yard lines for the bench area. Used to be 25 to the 25. They're going to meet in the middle, make it 20-yard line to the 20-yard line. So they are making the bench space more lengthy. You can flag coaches for being out of the coaches box this year. You can flag video, audio, and lights at a stadium if they're used inappropriately.
Wow.
So wait and see as we do a tribute to Tom York, dialing for dollars here. We lost Tom York while we were not up and running on the Next Round, and he was one of my favorite Birmingham television personalities growing up, because they would do a segment like that where you'd actually hear the dial tone, and he would call people up, and I never understood why everybody was not watching Dialing for Dollars and Tom York, a chance to win money, and they always had good programming. I was like cartoons or Popeye or something was on with Dialing for Dollars, but he was the great Tom York.
A legend, I think at 96 years old, so a great run for Tom, but remind me, Dunaway, I thought I used to watch a morning show on BRC that had Joe Langston, Tom York,
and Pat Gray.
Bill Bolin?
Yeah, Bill Bolin could have been on there. Yeah.
I don't know if he's part of it, but it was Langston, Tom York, Pat Gray, and it was the what has turned into Good Day Alabama. It was a great sales situation. What happened? The GM said, "Look, we need more advertising dollars. We're going to start a morning show. Tom, do you think you can put the group together? And from what I've always read, that Tom York, they just on the fly,
I think Bill Bolden
rolled
was
it on
part of
Monday and put the show together.
Oh, how about that? Eric Mac Lain joins us now. Former Clemson great, now with the ACC Network. Clemson, you guys voted number 3 in our preseason 40 on 40. Eric, welcome in. How are you?
Guys, what's going on? Thank you for having me today.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on. In the video we do with our 40 and 40, we point out that it's death, taxes, and Clemson winning the ACC. I mean, it has just become – I don't know. You played there. I don't know if the fans have just become comfortable with it, but it is something you could be comfortable with because it's all Clemson does anymore.
Yeah, a lot of people, own property in Charlotte, just walk over to the game in Bank of America Stadium. No, man, it's been incredible to see this, journey that Clemson is on, and really starting with my senior year, just winning the ACC year after year and going on, I believe, 7 this year, and them in Oklahoma. Both going for 7 in a row with their respective conference. So it's incredible to not just see what Clemson, but Oklahoma and just dominating their conference for these past 6-7 years.
And we brought this up with the elite quarterback play from Deshaun Watson to Trevor Lawrence. It's hard to believe Dabo has never had a quarterback win a Heisman Trophy. DJ Uiagalelei, a guy that we had an opportunity watching a big game against Notre Dame, he looks the part. How legitimate do you think DJ will be this year?
Yeah, man, he's going to be fantastic. And I think just to go back on that Heisman Trophy comment, it's crazy how these guys, still have the statistics, have the wins, have the trophies and all this and that, but, they're only playing half a game. They're only playing three-fourths of a game, so they don't have the gaudy stats that, maybe some people do. And I think that's a shame that, they get punished for that. And so I think, depth and talent is something that Coach Schweeney loves to build here, and he's going to get guys in. He's not just going to keep his starters in an entire game if there's not a reason to. So looking at that, though, DJ's the next man up, and he's the next generational talent that's going to grace Clemson with his presence and his arm talent, his size, his leadership abilities is just special. And I was talking with Coach Schweeney on our podcast a couple of weeks ago. He said, look, I have never seen anybody – make Trevor Lawrence look average. And then DJ Uiagalelei stepped on campus, and I said, whoa, this is different. And just the way he throws the ball, it's impressive to see. We got a glimpse of it last year, down 18 against Boston College. He surges Clemson back to a big victory. And then at Notre Dame, going into overtime, coming up a little bit short, shattering the record of passing yards ever thrown against Notre Dame. So he's going to be a special player, and man, I can't just wait to see his development and how he folds this entire year.
I mean, Dabo and I grew up probably, 5 minutes from each other. And
come on, Pelham, Alabama.
Yeah, I was in Alabaster, rival Thompson High School. Pelham was our rival. DJ Uiagalelei and the backup quarterback Taysom Pumu-Gian.
What?
How's Dabo at pronouncing all these? Because I butcher them every day.
Nicknames.
A lot of time, a lot of effort with Taysom Pumu-Gian and DJ Uiagalelei, man. It's crazy. It's crazy to see these names and where they're getting these guys from. I mean, even from my time at Clemson, I look back on our recruiting class the other day, actually, for a podcast I was doing, and just seeing the guys. We were from North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and a couple Florida guys. These guys now are going across the country, going into Canada, dipping into California, Hawaii. It's incredible to see the reach of the Clemson family, of the Clemson brand, and what it has gotten to this recruiting monster where, honestly, they're not recruiting, they're choosing. They're choosing who they're going after and who they're getting, and it's been remarkable to see.
I did seriously, though, want to ask you about the defense. Last year, it's a compliment to just how good the defense has been at Clemson because everyone thought at times last year it just didn't look like Clemson's normal defense, and yet still deep into the season, into the playoffs. Everybody's back. What do you expect from this Clemson defense? Can it get back to a championship level, do you believe?
Yeah, no question about it. I think a year ago, so young, inexperienced at various positions, injury played such a key part. Guys, there was time in that Ohio State game where I'm looking on the field and I'm looking in the secondary, and I don't even know the guys that are out there. I mean, they're just so young and we're so banged up that I'm having to look at a roster to figure out who these guys are. And, of course, they got lit up and lit on fire really quickly by that team. Those guys are back. They're healthy. They're younger. This defensive line for Clemson, guys, is going to be one of the best in the country. Led by Brian Brzee, 6'5", 300 pounds, can do backflips, can do flips off the ground, can jump out of the – I mean, he's just an explosive guy that – talking with him in the spring, he said, I'm actually learning how to play football now. Before going into this COVID year, I was just relying on my size, my athleticism, my God-given ability. Now I'm figuring out, okay, why do teams line up the way they do? Why are they running a scheme that they are? When I see, a position going a different way, what does that mean for me? And that's terrifying because he was an All-American last year. And what, a guy getting so much smarter, but that defensive line is going to be stout. You're bringing back all your linebackers. James Skalski back for his 6th year and how good he's going to be for the Tigers. And then Andrew Booth. I think a guy that's going to be a top 10 talent when he decides to leave and go to the NFL draft at cornerback, can run with anybody, is physical, and really just a dominating force.
Eric Mac Lain is with us for a few more moments. Follow him on Twitter at Eric Mac Lain and see him on the ACC Network and ESPN. I'm not suggesting by any stretch the Georgia-Clemson game is meaningless. I do believe you could look at it and say either team could lose that game and still easily make the college football playoff. Does Clemson have more or less, in your mind, margin for error in that game than Georgia, though?
Yeah, talking with my co-host Kelly Gramlich, she also hosts a radio show in Clemson, South Carolina. She pointed out that Clemson actually has more to lose, and that their margin of error becomes zero with a loss in that game, and having to impress people just with strength of schedule. I think Clemson's is 70th or maybe a little lower than that, and honestly, just not a great schedule outside of Georgia, just with the way the ACC carousel has kind of gone. So I think that answers your question. But in the same breath with what you said, I honestly think it's a win-win for both teams. Whether you win or lose, number one, you're going to find out exactly where your team is on the national scale. I mean, you are playing a national championship caliber, a college football playoff caliber type game in week one. And so you're going to find a lot about your team. You're going to find out how good you can be, if there's mistakes you need to fix, and at the end of the day, still be able to run the table with all your goals in front of you.
So terrible news. Travis Etienne obviously done for the year before he gets started his rookie season, but the guy that should be coming in, Will Shipley, true freshman, 5-star guy, will he be an impact guy day one against Georgia?
I think he'll be involved. Impact will be an interesting word on just how he is used. And, I'm actually down with Clemson this week. We're doing our ACC football road show, and we're with the Tigers on Friday. So excited to see practice, excited to see it with my own eyes and how he's going to be involved. I think Kobe Pace is going to be a fantastic player. I think he's going to be the guy that runs out first for Clemson, a big, thick running back that, kind of like Wayne Gallman a couple years ago. He's not going to wow you with his speed or be a great burner, but he'll run right through you, and he'll pick up the tough yards necessary to, move the stick. So, I honestly think that Clemson cannot replace what Travis Etienne did with one guy. You're going to have to rely on, 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 different running backs to, just accomplish all the things that Etienne could do as one guy. And I think that's what we're going to see. I would not be, surprised at all if instead of, 1,000-yard rusher, we saw, maybe 3 guys with 400-plus yards from that running back position.
All right, he is Eric Mac Lain. You can see him on Twitter at Eric Mac Lain and see him on the ACC Network. Those of you that are Clemson fans or just love you a little Dabo, if you're like cheering for the local guy, you can see their coverage on the ACC Network. As he said, they were down at Clemson this week. Eric, thank you for the time.
Yeah, appreciate you guys, man. Have a great show. We'll talk to you later.
All right, man. You take care. Eric Mac Lain with us on the next round, presented by Bud Light.
One guy last year that I didn't think Clemson ran the ball as well as they normally do.
They didn't
last year. I expect that to bounce back. They had some talent, but when you see what Travis Etienne had done up until that point, I thought they would run the ball better. That may have been the difference between them winning a national championship or playing for one or not. But I expect them to run the ball better this year. I also expected a guy like Frank Gore Jr., who's at Southern Miss, maybe to take advantage of the transfer rule. And maybe last year was his freshman year. If he has another year this year at Southern Miss like he had last year, I think he 700 yards or so last year for Southern Miss. Do you think we'll get to the point where you'll have guys at the group of 5 that'll have just breakout years and they'll say, okay, I've done this at this level. I want to try to transfer and take one shot at doing it at a different level program.
I had a conversation with a buddy of mine. His son's being recruited at baseball right now. We know the 11.7 scholarship's a little bit different there, but he's got opportunity to play at some Division I schools, but he has had the conversations with his son about playing maybe smaller, excelling for a couple of years and then taking advantage of that transfer portal and going on and doing it that way. So I definitely think, I would assume, and I don't know this for a fact, Frank Gore was such a pivotal part of some of those great Miami teams. I would assume his son would love to play at the U, right?
Oh, I would think so, yeah.
So another good year at Southern Miss, you could see him at the U or somewhere else.
I was hoping Senior would hold out long enough in the NFL. I don't think he's on a squad right now. I know he wasn't a couple months ago.
Don't doubt him.
I know. The guy's played forever that the two would play together. I don't know that Senior can get a squad this year.
That's something we've never seen in the NFL.
We have not. We haven't had the Griffey moment yet.
Yeah, and I
think
it's
much easier to do in baseball. Obviously,
LeBron's going to give it a shot in basketball.
Probably
you
so.
Think he's fighting for that?
I think he is.
But especially running backs. Think of, the shelf life of a running back now. Frank Gore Sr. has obliterated the shelf life.
Yeah, I don't know. Brady's son is 13 and is ball boy at Tampa Bay.
He may make it
if he holds on 8 years. And Brady's son is any good, maybe they could do it at that point.
I'd live on the Mediterranean if I was Brady's son.
And do that right now. Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Lanyas Furniture. Short drive to take advantage of a big advantage.
Yeah, here at the Next Round, we're excited to have Lanyas Furniture as a sponsor of the show. Our longtime viewers and listeners have known Lanyas Furniture as Alabama's home for lazy boy value, as well as the go-to source for other great brands such as Flex Steel, Universal, Tempur-Pedic, Bernhardt, and many others. Short drive to their huge showrooms in Warrior. Definitely worth the drive when you check out their great prices and the fact that Lanyas Furniture keeps a gigantic inventory that allows for immediate delivery. Very important. Trust me on this. We've talked about it on the show. If you've shopped for furniture during the last 18 months, you know it's hard to find, but John Lanyas and his staff have made the decision to place even larger orders to fill their warehouses during the beginning days of the pandemic, and they've never let up. The result, Lanyas Furniture has one of the largest in-stock inventories of Lazy Boy and many other products, and they can quickly deliver your new furniture anywhere in the state. Go see them today in Warrior, or if you like, shop 24/7 at LanyasFurnitureCompany.com. That's Lanyas Furniture in Warrior, Alabama, your home for Lazy Boy value.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
As the Tide embarks on their journey to the next title, celebrate with Daniel A. Moore's tributes in oil to the 2020 championship season. Unrivaled is Moore's commemoration of Alabama's national championship beatdown of the Buckeyes. And Heisman Heights portrays Devontae Smith's one-handed catch against LSU. Available individually or as a discounted championship season bundle. Visit DanielMooreArt.com or call 1-800-735-2787 to order your heirloom quality fine art print or canvas today.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Life is full of questions, like, is it all right to eat the last piece of pizza? Is it okay to pee in the pool? Is it safe to say their outfit is a go while thinking it's a no? Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. There's no right answer for any of those questions, but if you're looking for top-notch mortgage advice, our friends at Mortgage Right have been doing mortgages the right way since 2005. If you've been on the fence about whether you should purchase or refinance a home, Mortgage Right can lend a hand and help you down. Go to mortgageright.com to get started. NMLS 2239.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The Next Round kickoff party will be at Walk-Ons on August 26th. I'm Lance Taylor. Join the entire Next Round team starting at 5 p.m. We'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmont Vodka. The Next Round kickoff, Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off of Highway 280 on 119. Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Life is full of questions, like, is it all right to eat the last piece of pizza? Is it okay to pee in the pool? Is it safe to say their outfit is a go while thinking it's a no? Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. There's no right answer for any of those questions, but if you're looking for top-notch mortgage advice, our friends at Mortgage Right have been doing mortgages the right way since 2005. If you've been on the fence about whether you should purchase or refinance a home, Mortgage Right can lend a hand and help you down. Go to mortgageright.com to get started. NMLS 2239.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Final segment of the show, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light from our Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios and our friends at Mortgage Right, where you can get a mortgage anywhere that you watch us or listen to us. We appreciate everybody jumping in right there on our Twitter feed and also on our YouTube chat, Twitch chat, Facebook chat, and also there on a Periscope today. And Mortgage Right, great guys there that can hook you up with a mortgage as you get out there into that wild housing market right now.
Yes, Dunaway, if you're looking to purchase or refinance a home, act now before those rates go on the rise. Locations nationwide, lending directly to the home buyers. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring that fast, worry-free process. Visit mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. NMLS 2239.
College football season starting this weekend. One thing I do not like, the changes we keep making into overtime. And if you've missed the rule changes this year, I mentioned the possibility of flagging the home team if there's a video, audio, or lighting, not malfunction, but anything that interferes with play that violates the protocols in video, audio, and with lights. You know, with so many programs now going with the LED lights, Forrester, just give me an example. If I'm up there calling and at a play, and then all of a sudden the lights are going crazy,
that's going to be a problem.
That's going to be. They're going to flag the home team.
Yeah, there's no doubt that's going to be a problem
if that happens there. So that is a possibility this year. But in overtime, if I understand it right, Brown, normal overtime in the first overtime period.
Mm-hmm.
The second and third overtime, you've got to go for 2.
I believe that's correct.
And then from the fourth overtime on, we're not placing it at 25 anymore. It's just a series of 2-point conversions.
It's a 2-point conversion off, basically, if you will.
And I'm not a fan of this.
Well, by the way, they think, it may in fact shorten games, but it's not going to shorten overtimes.
No.
You're going to have the same amount. In fact, I think it may lengthen possession-wise some overtimes.
It's going to become so tedious. And again, this is an overreaction to one game we saw in 2019, LSU and Texas A&M.
Because what do you think is a better odd? What are better odds? A college football team getting points starting at the 25 or scoring on one play from the 3?
Scoring one play on the 3.
I would say so.
Yeah. Or a sequence of just matching up. It's like if you're putting in baseball, if you're putting runners at the second base for every everybody starts with the runner at second base. How's that changing the length of the game, right?
Right.
Maybe
It's the same for everybody.
Everybody's got a chance at scoring and all of that. Same thing. If everybody's starting at the 25, everybody's doing 2-point conversions. You may get a 2-point conversion. The other guy may match you, and
I think that will happen.
Miss. Right.
I think it'll happen a lot. And what they're trying to avoid is the 7 overtimes. And what people would say is, but in 7 overtimes they've got multiple plays coming from the 25, which is true.
Boy, and if you're an offensive coordinator, you got to get more innovative, because when you get the compaction of red zone offense and having that select, 3 to 5 plays from the 3-yard line to convert a 2-point conversion, how many do you have to have now?
A ton.
You got to have a ton. You got to have probably at least 7, right?
Well, I mean, but
just to have those different looks.
But you're going to need one during the game, probably.
That's right. That's right. To get you to overtime, maybe.
Yeah, either on a 4th and short that you're going to have to run, or down for a 2-point conversion.
To me, the easy answer to this, and people don't like this because you're taking a part of it out, but you've already taken punt away from overtime. Take the field goals out. And you can't kick in overtime. You place it at the 25, and you got to go for it. You got to go for the 4th down.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, like Alabama and LSU in the game of the century.
They might have played all night.
Alabama got behind the sticks, right? But you're right. LSU ended up winning it on a field goal after running it down close to a touchdown.
That's right, yep.
But Alabama's defense bowed up, but also LSU got a little conservative, and they kicked the game-winning field goal. You got to get touchdowns.
I had not thought of that. I had not thought of it, and that's not the worst idea in the world. Is just to eliminate the field goal.
Because people, when they get behind the chains, Brown, if you're not the one that's having to match the other guy, you get really conservative. Okay, we're at least going to get 3, so they have to score a touchdown to beat us. And that takes that out of from series number 1. This isn't when you get to 3rd overtime from the get-go. No field goals, and just play it from the 25. You got to go for it on 4th down.
Don't have a problem with that. I've seen so many games in college football in overtime end on a missed chippy kick, though, whether it's the extra point or one of those field goals.
Listen, in college football, and I don't care if it's Reichard or a Carlson, who probably Alabama and Auburn have almost as good a combination as they've had in a long time. You do not want to put it in a college kicker's hands.
No.
Or on his foot. The last thing you want to do is play to a college kicker. Nobody intentionally does that.
I'll tell you, in the SEC, though, with Cade York at LSU, with Carlson at Auburn, and with Reichard at Alabama, you've got
some good ones.
I mean, you might have the 3 best.
But in the NFL,
football.
you see it all the time in the NFL, Lance. If I've got the ball last and I get inside the 30, I go super conservative, because the NFL kickers are automatic, just about.
Yeah, how about Reichard? Doesn't miss a kick last year on a national championship team, and he's not your All-American kicker coming back. He's on nobody's All-American.
Better yet, he was your 3rd-team All-SEC kicker.
Yeah, not even 1st or 2nd team in the SEC. Exactly.
That's why I point out the fact that those 3 might be the best kickers in college football.
Didn't miss a kick.
I know.
Won a national championship. Didn't miss a kick at a place that's haunted by missed kicks.
It's the best kicker Saban's ever had. That's a given.
And he's the preseason third team All-SEC selection. All right, fun show. Appreciate Barrett Wimp and Eric Mac Lain all being with us. Podcasted, as with all of our podcasts, right there at nextroundlive.com. We are back tomorrow, 9 to 1. Remember, the replay starts on the app. You can always watch replays on YouTube and all of our video platforms. For all the gang here, until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during this summer of freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever, because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit them online, amfirst.org/promotions. Available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender, NMLS number 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit them online for more information. Go to amfirst.org. Again, go online, amfirst.org.
My wife and I are getting the best sleep we've ever had, and it is all thanks to Sleep Outfitters. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It is so easy when you go to Sleep Outfitters and get that sleep outfitting done for you. We went to the 280 location, answered a few simple questions with their friendly staff, and in mere moments, they had us actually laying on beds to find the one we like the best. That Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress that we have is absolutely wonderful, and it's all thanks to the sleep outfitting at Sleep Outfitters. And now during Sleep Outfitters Labor Day Super Sale, save up to $800 on adjustable mattresses. Plus, get any size mattress for the everyday twin size price. Choose from all Sealy Outfitters and Sealy Posturepedic models and get fulls, queens, and even kings as low as $349. You save up to $500. You can also get interest-free financing for up to 6 years on approved credit and free premier delivery with any purchase $599 and up. So don't miss the Labor Day Super Sale now at Sleep Outfitters, 6 stores from Gadsden to the Galleria.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. Are you thinking about football season? I know I am in this football season. Are you ready to have the better distance vision? That's right. Sitting in the stands, seeing all the plays on the field. LASIK surgery may be right for you. Call Michelson Laser Vision to make a no-cost, no-obligation appointment today. And with their affordable payment plans, you can afford to have it all. Football tickets and LASIK surgery. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make that call today. Michelson Laser Vision. 969-8100.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Caliber Sports in Homewood. Caliber is an elite hunting store in Homewood, fit for any adventure. Caliber offers high-end specialty products you won't find anywhere else in the Southeast. World-class firearms, whether you're looking for old world charm or modern power and precision, our friends at Caliber have you taken care of. Men's and women's apparel, outdoor gear, and brands such as Gentel, Duckhead, Orvis, Onward Reserve, and more. Stop by, see Jake and the great staff at Caliber Sports in the heart of Homewood. For more information, CaliberXL.com. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Think about this scenario for 1 second. You get out of bed in the morning, walk in a room, the first thing you feel is water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. You may think your first call is the insurance company. You're wrong. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Your first call is DryTech Water Restoration. They respond quickly. They'll reply within 20 minutes. Likely, you're talking to an owner. DryTech Water Restoration does not work for the insurance company. They work for the customer. Remember this website, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com and DryTech Water Restoration.